Well, good morning. I'd like to call the Subcommittee on Energy to order, and the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. And again, welcome to today's legislative hearing, assuring abundant, reliable American energy to power innovation. Today, we will hear from representatives from the Department of Energy and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and industry stakeholders as we consider 14 bills that span the needs of our energy sector. The legislation before us seeks to address systemic issues that are holding back our country's economic and technological potential. The prosperity and security of our nation has always been linked to abundant, reliable, and affordable energy. Today's challenges are no different. We need reliable and affordable energy to fuel developments in artificial intelligence, reshore domestic manufacturing facilities, support the agricultural industry, and lower costs for hardworking Americans. All the while, abundant energy resources can reduce the influence of adversarial nations like Communist China, protect against foreign subterfuge, and support our allies abroad. This year, our Energy Subcommittee has heard extensive testimony from grid operators, utilities and co-ops, energy sector experts, and leaders in the AI community regarding the needs of our energy industry. Simply put, we need more energy, and we need it fast. To put the country back on a path towards prosperity, many of the bills before us today will do just that. At our recent hearing with all 7 regional grid operators, we heard about the growing reliability crisis being caused by federal policies like the Clean Energy Plan 2.0 that are driving out baseload power and threatening the reliability of the grid. This sentiment is shared by the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC, who have been raising red alarms about the growing reliability crisis for the last 5 years. Importantly, the Reliable Power Act will task FERC as a rightful reliability watchdog against unreasonable government overreach. We know that dispatchable generating resources provide the necessary stability, inertia, and spinning mass to maintain frequency and voltage support of the electric system. The Grid Power Act will ensure that these resources are prioritized and added to the system in a timely manner. As we have also heard from regional grid operators and the experts in the power sector, misguided state actions that limit dispatchable resources are having an outsized impact in the growing reliability crisis. 2 bills under consideration today, the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act and the Reliability Protection for States Act, will encourage states to take a greater role in protecting reliability and affordability and hold states accountable for the impacts of policies that could undermine an efficient electric system. Additionally, this committee has continued to observe supply chains constraints for critical grid of components that are slowing generation development at a time where demand is projected to skyrocket. The Electric Supply Chain Act, which I intend to introduce, takes a proactive approach to identifying and addressing emergency issues that affect the power sector. I know we have reached out with my staff to the minority staff about working on this bill together, and I hope that one of our Democratic colleagues would join me in this effort. Similarly, I know that Republican staff has offered to work with the Democrat staff on the Hydropower Relicensing Transparency Act and even have a Democrat member lead on that bill. We hope to find bipartisanship together to preserve this important generating resource. Alongside these efforts, several bills under consideration today will improve federal permitting process to unleash our abundant natural resources and fuel economic development. At our hearing with a local representative from the Pipefitters Union and oil and gas industry earlier this year, we heard about the economic benefits of energy infrastructure development and family-sustaining careers for union members. Consideration of the Improving Interagency Coordination for Review of Natural Gas Pipeline Act and the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act could greatly improve our permitting processes and ensure that our nation can lead in the next generation economy. Given our nation's role as a premier energy producer on the global stage, the Unlocking Domestic LNG Potential Act will unleash exports to support our allies and leverage American energy dominance to advance our national interests. We've also included our Democrat colleagues' request legislation from my ranking member colleague in the interconnection queue. While I may not agree with everything in the bill presently, I look forward to working with the gentlelady from Florida to see if we can land on an agreeable position. Altogether, the bills before us today represent an opportunity for this committee to refocus the federal government's approach to the energy sector to ensure abundant, reliable, and affordable energy to power innovations in the future. The nation and the world are safer when the United States is energy dominant. And with 1 second and 0 right there, I yield back the balance of my time. And at this time, recognize the gentlelady from Florida's 14th District, the ranking member of the subcommittee, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Chairman Latta. Thank you for calling this hearing. Thank you for including the Expediting Generator Interconnection Procedures Act, a bill to direct FERC to make common sense updates to speed up interconnection and give grid operators more flexibility and proven tools like automation. You know, as policymakers, we have a responsibility to do all that we can to ensure that electricity is affordable and that our energy system is reliable. And our challenge is greater now due to rising electricity demand, driven by the economic growth and the manufacturing boom of the past few years, driven by broader electrification in the way we live our lives, and by AI data centers. We also cannot become complacent to the higher cost and harm caused by the climate crisis. The climate crisis is driven by the burning of coal, oil, and gas. And my neighbors back home in Florida are rebuilding their lives after the worst hurricane season ever, where the hotter temps and hotter ocean waters supercharged Helene and Milton into superstorms. And we're not alone when you look out across America with devastating fires, floods, and other catastrophes that hit everyone's wallets and drive up the cost of insurance and government disaster aid outlays. But we can be encouraged by good news. Cleaner, cheaper energy and the good-paying jobs tied to it are lifting communities and hardworking Americans like never before. In 2022, Democrats advanced policy that unleashed American energy dominance, leading to more than 400,000 new clean energy jobs and over $422 billion in investments. One recent report highlighted the substantial economic benefits, noting that the clean energy tax credits will grow the economy by $1.9 trillion over the next 10 years. And the benefits extend out beyond the energy sector, positively impacting transportation, manufacturing, and more. Among the most significant impacts in the last 2 years is a substantial increase in domestic manufacturing. That is a bipartisan goal for sure, as is countering China's predatory behavior. And Congress now is considering how to move forward. Unfortunately, many of the bills being discussed today miss the moment entirely and clearly would raise costs on consumers and businesses back home, like the bills that give FERC unilateral power to force utilities to keep unprofitable, polluting generators like aging coal plants online. Like the bills that give FERC, the bills that are also trying to make it easier to export natural gas to foreign adversaries, which also will raise costs on American consumers and possibly divert energy away from U.S. power needs. And bills to reestablish a national coal council, which the Trump administration already did 3 weeks ago. Costs are rising too due to the illegal delays and the outright cancellation of key energy projects, and Elon Musk's nonsensical chainsaw firing of Americans' energy experts, 3,500 at the Department of Energy. Trump has frozen cost-saving energy rebates for our neighbors back home while instituting the highest taxes on everything imported into America since the Great Depression. And if my Republican colleagues wanted to build a stronger, more reliable energy system, they would stand up to the illegal interference in these key energy projects. The offices established to modernize the grid, reduce energy demand, and get power projects online faster, they've lost half of their experts. That's not smart. That's not wise. That's not how we operate in this great nation. Surveys report that 73% of Americans are concerned about rising electricity bills, a problem energy experts say will only be worsened by the Trump administration's policies. Earlier this month, Trump administration officials gutted the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Initiative, which helps 6 million Americans afford their heating and cooling bills. And I hope my Republican colleagues won't make it worse. Businesses large and small are advocating for a Republican reconciliation bill that keeps energy costs low, keeps our domestic manufacturing boom going, so that all Americans can benefit, rather than providing a massive tax cut for the wealthy and well-connected. I believe this committee can work together to advance policies that deliver more affordable energy to our neighbors back home with a modern grid and a reliable system. This requires real solutions that meet the magnitude of the challenges we face today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady yields back, and the chair now recognizes the chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from Kentucky, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate my friend from Florida. I think we can find some common ground on this. At least I certainly hope that we do. I had the opportunity a couple of days ago to speak to our electric co-ops are in town, and Kentucky is a very co-op heavy state, so I have a lot of good friends here in town that are looking to provide electricity. And I said to them, I said, you know, it's kind of interesting. I guess there couldn't be a more exciting time to be a member of a co-op than the 1930s when you first started out, when you're going to provide electricity to everybody. If you think about it, that's what the co-ops are for. But now we know that throughout the course of particularly the last generation, we've had kind of flat because we've become more energy efficient, which is absolutely important. But unfortunately, the demand didn't increase as well because of some of the deindustrialization that's gone on. But the times have changed. And so what I've tried to do, and I think that hopefully in a responsible way, somebody even commented in our last full committee hearing that our witness didn't say a lot of Republican things. Well, that was on purpose. I didn't ask one that was going to come talk about Republican issues. I want to frame the issue in a way that both sides would listen to. And so I think Mr. Smith said that technological revolution and prosperity of promises depend entirely on a modern, resilient, and vastly expanded energy infrastructure. And he has also talked about, if you look at some of his records, particularly his foundation, they focus on climate change as well. So how do you put these two together? I'm not dismissing anything that my good friend from Florida said, but we have to realize we're in a colossal battle. The colossal battle is with China. Europe has chosen not to, we had in our hearing, chosen not to participate in this by their energy policies and their regulatory policy. So what I would love for us to be able to do, both sides of the aisle, to come up with a responsible energy policy where we meet the current demand that's coming in the next few years, but also know that we have to have cleaner demand as we go forward. But we have 152 gigawatts of power expected to come online in the next decade. We have 112 gigawatts of power expected to go offline at the same time. And so to me, it seems the easiest thing to begin to address this is make sure we don't take power out of commission. And then we look at how do we bring other powers into commission. Wind and solar is part of it. If you look at the supply chains, it's harder to build natural gas plants quicker because of some of the supply chains issues. And so wind and solar and increasing demand, that has to be part of the solution. But when you subsidize it to the point that people don't build broad-based dispatchable power because they can't compete with it because of the subsidy, not because it's more competitive, then we have to be mindful of that policy because it ends up distorting the market where we don't get what we need. So kind of, as I sat down when my good friend, Mr. Latta, as chairman, I sat down with Morgan Griffith, who's environment. We've got to figure out how we tie these two things together. We have people passionate about expanding Americans' energy infrastructure so we can beat China. We have people passionate about, I think actually everybody on this panel, both sides, or on the dais, both sides of the aisle. I don't know of 435 people here who don't think that beating China to AI is important. The question is, how do we do it, and how do we do it responsibly, and what tools do we need? We know we need energy, and I would really like people, as I talked about the co-ops, they have to figure out what they're going to invest and how they're going to invest. And an energy infrastructure takes 30 years to pay back sometimes. It's a 30-year investment. And when the policies seem to change every 2 years or 4 years based on a congressional election or a presidential election, it's difficult to do that. So my hope is over the course of, if you looked at the hearings we've had, the big hearing we had, we laid out the challenge. If we don't meet the energy demand, we're not going to win the battle for AI, and that's catastrophic, I think, for our country. I think it's catastrophic for the world. And so how do we do it that satisfies a broad group of people so that people can say, hey, this isn't just going to come with the change in political winds, it's going to be here, so we can invest our money, we can invest to produce the power so that people will have it that will defeat China to AI. I think it's critically important. That's the theme of all the hearings we've had. That's going to be the theme of the hearings we will have. And I really am optimistic that we can work together to be responsible, but also provide the power that we need to win this battle, because it is a battle, and we're going to win it. Thank you, and I will yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, the gentleman from New Jersey, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're now 100 days into the second disastrous Trump administration, and the economy is reeling. Trump's tariffs will cost American families nearly $5,000 per year. The economy actually contracted the last quarter and continues its downhill path under the president. Yet Republicans in Congress just look the other way, instead focusing on moving legislation that will make America's power grid dirtier, more expensive, and less reliable. 5 of the bills before us today are simple retreads from H.R. 1, Republicans' failed bill from last Congress that put polluters over people. These bills represent various handouts to big oil and gas. They come at the expense of higher, more volatile energy prices for hardworking American families and more pollution in our communities. Some bills that were not included in H.R. 1 contain proposals that would let gas generators jump ahead in the interconnection queue, or would stick Americans with the cost of an uneconomic coal plant, regardless of whether these plants are actually needed for reliability. And I think these bills have serious flaws, and I look forward to hearing more about them today. I wanted to once again note that my constituents in New Jersey are facing a triple-digit annual increase in their power prices. Just yesterday, I sent a letter to the chair of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, backing up a request from New Jersey's Governor Murphy that FERC investigate the most recent capacity auction that is at the root of New Jersey's price increases. The price increases facing New Jerseyans are due to the incompetence of PJM, the region's grid operator. PJM has simply been too slow to hook up new energy to the grid. Once PJM has installed this new leadership, it needs to explicitly focus on getting as much power onto the grid as quickly as possible. And that brings me to Ranking Member Castor's Expediting Generator Interconnection Procedures Act, which would have FERC push beyond the interconnection reforms it made 2 years ago. The bill would address quicker and innovative ways to study grid impacts and allow generators flexibility in the type of grid connection they want to receive. In short, the bill would allow more power to connect to the grid faster, which is what we've heard stakeholders demand in 4 hearings just this year. And I certainly hope we can continue to move forward with that bill. I think it's ridiculous that Republicans are trying to grant additional authorities to FERC when the Trump administration unleashed an unprecedented attack on the commission last week by forcing out Commissioner Willie Phillips. Just last month, we heard every single grid operator plead with us to make FERC less politicized and maintain its independence for the president. And I guess Republicans think that Donald Trump knows better than our nation's grid operators about how to make a reliable power grid. I'm also deeply disappointed that Republicans are leading off this Congress with tired reruns of ideas that in some cases they've been trying to pass for a decade. All year, we've heard numerous energy industry leaders beg us to take a radically different view of the power grid in light of the coming power demand. We must get resources hooked up to the grid as fast as possible, and we must build out and enhance our grid so it can deal with the increased demand for electricity that we know is coming. This subcommittee has held multiple hearings this year where we've heard testimony saying that we can't afford to disincentivize energy development in the tax code, that we can't gut the offices at the Department of Energy that are responsible for enhancing our grid, offering financing to energy projects like the restart of the Palisades nuclear plant, and ensuring that our energy supply chains are stable. And yet Republicans in the Trump administration are doing all of these things despite warnings that those actions would be catastrophic from their own witnesses at hearings that they set up. If Republicans cared about meeting low growth and competing with China, they should be fighting to strengthen the Department of Energy, restore vital federal funding to enhance our nation's grid, and ensure that our tax code encourages building out power generation. And if Republicans are serious about dealing with the challenges of the 21st century grid, they need to be prepared to discuss 21st century solutions and not just double down on trying to drag us back to a power grid from the 1920s. So as you can tell, Mr. Chairman, I'm not too happy, but we'll see what happens at the hearing. I think it's an important hearing, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, thank you. The gentleman yields back the balance of his time, and this concludes member opening statements. The chair reminds members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Again, the chair and the committee want to thank our witnesses for appearing before us today and taking that time to also not only just testify, but also answer questions. Each witness will have the opportunity to give an opening statement, followed by a round of questions from the members. Our witnesses for today are Dr. Michael Goff, the Acting Under Secretary of Energy at the United States Department of Energy, Dr. David Mornoff, the Acting General Counsel at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and Mr. Terry Turpin, the Director of the Office of Energy Projects at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And before we get started, just quick housekeeping. If you want to pull those mics up close to you and just press the button when you see it goes on. There's 3 lights that'll go there. You'll have it'll be green for 4 minutes, yellow for 1 minute, and red is when that time has expired. So we appreciate you all being here today. And Dr. Goff, you are recognized for 5 minutes to give your opening statement.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Latta and Ranking Member Castor, and distinguished members of the Energy Subcommittee. It is an honor for me to testify before you today on the proposed legislation and represent the Department of Energy at this hearing. I was specifically asked to testify related to 5 different proposed acts. First, on critical minerals. To maintain America's national security, it is imperative that we strengthen our energy security by promoting the production of domestic resources and by securing their supply chains. To that end, the draft legislation, Securing America's Critical Minerals Supply Act, mandates that the Secretary of Energy, in consultation with appropriate agencies and stakeholders, proactively conduct ongoing assessments of critical energy resource supply chains and our reliance on imports. Additionally, the bill mandates efforts to facilitate the development of strategies to strengthen critical energy resource supply chains in the United States. Second, on refining. Petrochemicals play a critical role not only in America's energy supply, but also in the manufacturing of hundreds of thousands of essential items we use in our everyday lives, including medical supplies, refrigerants, fertilizers, and clothing. Each one of our nation's refining facilities is critical to ensuring affordable energy and economic prosperity. Currently, the United States is overly reliant on aging infrastructure, with the last significant new refinery built in 1976. The Researching Efficient Federal Improvement Acts for Necessary Energy Refining, or Refiner Act, mandates that the National Petroleum Council submit to the Secretary of Energy and to Congress a report containing an analysis of petrochemical refineries in the United States and their contributions to American energy security. A comprehensive analysis would provide valuable insight necessary to lowering costs for millions of American energy consumers. Third, on LNG. America has been blessed by an abundance of natural resources. At the forefront of this is our supply of natural gas, which fueled America's energy independence under President Trump's first term. Under the leadership of President Trump and Secretary Wright, the Department of Energy has officially ended the freeze on LNG export permits, approving 4 export projects or project extensions since January. These total more than 9.5 billion cubic feet per day of LNG. The Unlocking Domestic LNG Potential Act would provide the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission the authority to approve or deny an application for authorization for the siting, construction, expansion, or operation of a facility to export or import natural gas. The department would like to work with the sponsor and the committee regarding the implementation of the bill's provisions. Fourth, on supply chains. Our energy system is the backbone of our country, and our electrical grid is an essential component. Currently, we rely on other nations for many of our critical energy resources. Shoring up the materials and production of these resources is critical to the security of our energy system. The Electric Supply Chain Act would mandate the Secretary of Energy to conduct regular assessments of the supply chain for the generation and transmission of electricity. This report would provide opportunities for the Secretary to conduct a wholesale assessment of the nation's electric system and to provide recommendations that reduce vulnerabilities. Finally, on the National Coal Council. The National Coal Council, or NCC, was originally established in 1984 as a federal advisory committee to the Secretary of Energy. The purpose was to provide private sector input on policies that would affect the coal industry, as well as to provide scientific and strategic advice on coal production and use. The previous administration did not renew the charter for this committee in 2021. The National Coal Council Reestablishment Act directs the Secretary of Energy to reestablish the council and allow coal experts to sit at the table on energy policymaking. The Secretary of Energy supports the goal of this legislation and is moving forward to implement them. Finally, in conclusions, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the subcommittee today. I am eager to discuss ways we can work together to ensure American energy dominance and lower costs for the hardworking families of our country. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and Mr. Mornoff, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Latta, Ranking Member Castor, and members of the subcommittee. My name is David Mornoff. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today as a member of the staff of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I currently serve as the Commission's Acting General Counsel. I am honored to have served in senior roles in the Commission's Office of the General Counsel since 2010. The views I express today are my own and are not necessarily those of the Commission or of any individual commissioner. The Commission's jurisdiction covers a range of vital energy-related responsibilities. For example, pursuant to the Federal Power Act and the Natural Gas Act, it is the Commission's responsibility to ensure that rates for the wholesale sale and transmission of electricity, as well as the transportation of natural gas by pipeline in interstate commerce, are just and reasonable. The Commission also is responsible for overseeing the reliability of the country's bulk power system. In addition, the Commission is responsible for siting needed energy infrastructure, including natural gas pipelines and liquefied natural gas and hydroelectric facilities. Through these authorities, the Commission helps to ensure that our country has a reliable and affordable supply of energy. These statutory responsibilities align with the themes of the proposed legislation that is the subject of today's hearing. My colleague Terry Turpin, Director of the Commission's Office of Energy Projects, is addressing the subset of those bills related to infrastructure permitting. I'm addressing the subset of those bills related to the reliability and affordability of electric power. Driven in part by the demands of emerging large loads such as data centers, our country is experiencing rapid growth of electric load, unlike anything seen in at least several decades. To not only meet that growth, but also to do so in an affordable manner, it is important to both interconnect new generation resources expeditiously and retain existing generation resources that are needed for reliability but considering retirement. Commission Chairman Mark Christie, whom President Trump designated as chairman in January 2025, has emphasized those trends and related concerns throughout his tenure at the Commission, which began in January 2021. The Commission is taking action on these pressing issues. For example, in July 2023, the Commission unanimously approved Order Number 2023, which reformed the rules governing the interconnection of new generation resources. More recently, the Commission approved proposals from grid operators for several regions to expedite the interconnection for generation resources that are more likely to be constructed and that will meet a region's needs, as well as proposals to account for how various types of generation resources contribute differently to a region's electric capacity. The Commission also has announced a technical conference for June 4th and 5th, 2025, to discuss the resource adequacy challenges facing several regions and the constructs by which those regions address those challenges. Additionally, the Commission continues to protect the reliability of the bulk power system by fulfilling its statutory obligation to oversee development of and compliance with mandatory reliability standards. Several bills that are the subject of today's hearing address similar reliability challenges, ranging from the premature retirement of existing dispatchable generation resources without sufficient time to ensure that adequate replacement solutions are in place, to frustratingly slow interconnection of new generation resources, to the potential for federal agency actions that do not adequately account for reliability concerns. If Congress determines that such challenges warrant providing further direction and tools to the Commission, then the Commission stands ready to take on those additional responsibilities. Thank you for the invitation to testify before the subcommittee today. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Turpin, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Latta, Ranking Member Castor, and members of the subcommittee. With 14 bills and 2 panels, I'll keep my opening remarks brief. My name is Terry Turpin. I'm Director of the Office of Energy Project at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. The office is responsible for taking a lead role in carrying out the Commission's duties in siting infrastructure projects, including those for non-federal hydropower projects, interstate natural gas pipelines and storage facilities, and liquefied natural gas terminals. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss current legislative efforts regarding infrastructure permitting, as well as the Commission's processes in conducting environmental reviews required under the National Environmental Policy Act. The Commission's statutory responsibilities under the Federal Power Act and the Natural Gas Act align with the themes of the proposed legislation that is the subject of today's hearing. My colleague, David Morenoff, Acting General Counsel at the Commission, is addressing those subsets related to reliability and affordability of electric power, and I'm addressing those related to infrastructure permitting. As a member of the Commission staff, the views I express today are my own and not necessarily those of the Commission or any individual commissioner. Under the Federal Power Act, non-federal hydropower projects must be licensed by the Commission if they are located on a navigable waterway, occupy federal land, use surplus water or water power from a federal dam, or are located on certain waters subject to the Commerce Clause. Under the Natural Gas Act, the Commission is responsible for citing interstate natural gas facilities under Section 7 and under Section 3 for the construction and operation of facilities used for the import or export of natural gas. In both hydropower and natural gas proceedings, the Commission acts as the lead agency for the purposes of coordinating the federal authorizations and for purposes of complying with the National Environmental Policy Act. This environmental review is carried out through a process that allows cooperation from numerous stakeholders, including federal, state, local agencies, and the public. The Commission's current approach has allows for a systemic and collaborative process and has resulted in substantial additions to the nation's infrastructure. Over the last 10 years, the Commission has issued 175 hydropower licenses, authorizing approximately 11 gigawatts of generation capacity. We've also authorized over 8,100 miles of interstate natural gas pipeline, which totals more than 132 billion cubic feet per day of transportation capacity. The Commission's issued 44 orders authorizing LNG facility constructions, expansions, modifications, and capacity upgrades. In addition, we've issued 23 Section 3 authorizations specific to natural gas border crossing facilities. Commission staff remains committed to working with Congress and with all agencies to ensure the most effective processing of energy infrastructure matters before the Commission, and we'd be happy to provide technical assistance as you move forward. Thanks again for inviting me today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony, and that will conclude our witnesses' statements, and we'll now proceed to the members' statements and our questions to our witnesses. And again, thank you very much for appearing before us today. You know, one of the first questions I've been asking for the last several years here on the subcommittee is a very simple one. Do we have to have more power or less power being produced in this country? And just a simple more or less, if I just go right down, starting with Mr. Goff, if you'd like to start.
Clearly, we need significantly more.
Mr. Chairman, I agree. We need new generation resources at present.
Same, more.
Okay, well, thank you very much. You know, we had a few weeks back the RTOs and the ISOs here before us, and they said the same thing. And the other question that they also brought up and said was that we can't be taking off generation offline. And I know that you mentioned, Mr. Morenoff, in your statement about retaining existing generation resources. And what happens if we don't do that? What happens if we start, we continue on the course that we've had, taking off the generation we currently have and not replacing it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Commission Chairman Christie has stated repeatedly for several years, including before testimony before the subcommittee, there is a pressing need to both be interconnecting new generation resources and to be preventing the retirement of generation that is needed for reliability. And I think he has rightly pointed out that there could be real reliability concerns if we don't hit both sides of that dynamic.
And also, you mentioned in your testimony, and I believe also Mr. Goff, you did too, when we were talking about, our base load needs going up, and a huge part of this is because of the data centers coming online. But, you also said, Mr. Mornoff, I just continue real quick on, we have to interconnect new generation expeditiously. How would you define expeditiously?
I think expeditiously would be as quickly as we can do so while ensuring we are maintaining the reliability of the system.
Well, and Mr. Goff, I could just go to you quickly. Again, certain things we have to have. You said on the critical minerals side, are we doing our part in this country to get the critical minerals here instead of relying on countries like Communist China, who not only have certain critical minerals, but also refining those critical minerals?
No, we do need to increase our capabilities in that area to be able to meet a number of demands across a variety of sectors.
Well, and you also, you're talking about on the refining side, you mentioned that we haven't, we have an aging infrastructure, which is really, it's true, because when you look at what you mentioned in your testimony, that we have not, constructed a new refinery in this country since 1976. And I think you also brought out that of the hundreds of thousands of different products that petrochemicals are needed for, what would happen if our refining capability keeps decreasing? And you mentioned that since we've had 600,000 barrels per day less being produced since 2020.
Well, we would, on the bill that was put forward, we think that's an important thing to be able to identify what those vulnerabilities would. So get that feedback, that data, and identify what those critical vulnerabilities are, and make sure that we can take action to make sure that we do have the supply, the supplies and the capabilities we need for the country.
Well, and that's one of the reasons I'm going to be reintroducing, we have the Refinery Act, because again, we've got to be getting this done. And so it's very, very important that we don't, because as you mentioned, when we're losing the refining capacity going down, we can't have that happen. And I would also like to mention that, when you look at the Electric Supply Chain Act, which I also am looking at introducing, would ensure the department remains in a proactive posture to identify and address emergent issues as they impact the supply chain. And I would like to submit without objection a letter from GE Vernova, a leading company in the production of power sector equipment, who can take new turbine orders for 2028, a 3-year timeline that aligns with historical norms. Without objection, we'll include that in the record. But, we're looking at a lot of different issues out there that we're having a real concern about. And one of the things that we've also been talking about is, when we're looking at that generation needs that we have to have, is making sure that we are retaining that. And you mentioned, Mr. Mornoff, how important that is, because as we've seen the numbers with on the AI and the data centers, looking at 4.5 to 6 to 8% more this year, and it just keeps going up, that we're going to have a great need out there. And my time has expired, and I will submit my other questions for the record, or to our witnesses. So at this time, I would recognize the gentlelady from Florida, the ranking member of the subcommittee, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Mr. Mornoff, you mentioned in your testimony, talked about the implementation of Order 2023. In her concurrence to that order, Commissioner Clements expressed support for more deeply exploring the range of options available to use automation to facilitate more efficient interconnection. More recently, Commissioner Rossner wrote a letter to the ISOs and RTOs highlighting recent successful initial deployment. My Expediting Generator Interconnection Procedures Act would help FERC take those next steps. Can you speak broadly to what FERC is seeing in Order 2023 compliance filings and what opportunities could exist for grid operators to use automation and AI technologies in interconnection?
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Castor, for the question. We are both very optimistic about the impact that Order Number 2023, including our processing of compliance filings, will have with respect to the expeditious interconnection of generation, and we very much agree that there is great potential for steps beyond what the Commission has required in Order 2023. As to the former, the Commission to date has processed over 80% of the initial round of compliance filings that were submitted in response to Order Number 2023 within the first year of the submittal of those filings. And as that compliance is a vital step to transmission providers across the country beginning their implementation of those vital reforms, we think we will see substantial progress there. As you noted also in both Commissioner Clements's concurrence and more recently Commissioner Rosner's statement, things like additional automation have great potential to further expedite the same goals. And I think that that is something we're very excited to see that transmission providers are looking at themselves as well, in addition to what nudges may come from FERC or could come from this committee.
Expediting energy sources that we're going to need.
Correct.
Yes. Dr. Goff, you recently took on the new role as Acting Undersecretary of Energy, which oversees the offices of Clean Energy Demonstration, Grid Deployment, Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains, State and Community Energy Programs, and Loan Programs. That's a large portfolio. But I'm very concerned with the layoffs. The reports are you've lost half of the personnel there. How is that going to impact the ability to distribute congressionally directed funds for projects such as hydrogen hubs, carbon capture, battery manufacturing, all of those important partnerships with the private sector?
I guess the key thing I wanted to state about that is the department does remain committed to making sure that we do carry out our critical missions of strengthening Americans' energy dominance and safeguarding our nuclear security activities as well. So we are working through those various reorganization type activities, but we're committed to making sure we still deliver on those key missions going forward here.
So how is that really impacting? Do you have a list of how many projects have been frozen or canceled?
Right now, the department is performing a department-wide review of all the different activities and looking forward and doing an assessment of them, making sure that the activities are, following the law, comply with applicable court orders, and align with the administration's priorities. That's an ongoing activity, so I don't have a list of all of those activities.
I'm certainly following those court orders too that direct you to follow the law and
Yes.
constitutional precepts. When it comes to critical minerals, right now, who is in the lead? The former administration had a interagency critical minerals work group. On the China Select Committee, we've done some bipartisan work there, but we're kind of at a loss now on who the point person is on strategy when it comes to critical minerals. Who can you point us to?
It is actually, like now, I think still divided between Department of Energy and the Department of Interior, have different roles on identifying critical materials versus critical minerals. We are, though, working together, and I think we're looking at doing an update this year in 2025 on that critical minerals materials list. So it's still going on, coordinated between the two different
Is that in your shop? Or is there an assistant, another secretary?
It's in the manufacturing and, it's in MESC, one of our areas within the infrastructure area of the Undersecretary.
Have you met with other agency partners on this topic recently?
I have not recently, but I will note I've been in the position right now for 3 days.
Okay, will you follow up on
Yes.
that? And Mr. Chairman, there is a lot of good bipartisan work. Congressman Whitman and I have taken a deep dive on some of that, and I wonder if we can't work together as we develop the legislation out of this committee to help move some of those ideas forward.
Well, and this committee's always had a number one, and when we're talking about bipartisanship as we move bills through, so we're always willing to sit down and get to work.
Okay, terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're
Thank
back.
you. At this time, the chair will recognize the gentleman from Ohio's, let's see, I don't think Mr. Allen's here, so Mr. Balderson, Ohio's 12th District, for 5 minutes for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I'm going to start with Mr. Mornoff. Good morning, sir. Based on our committee work, I believe FERC should be empowered to bring its reliability perspective when necessary to federal rulemakings that would have significant negative impacts on reliability. Congress established that NERC, the Electrical Reliability Organization, should provide FERC with authoritative views on grid adequacy and reliability. And the Reliable Power Act, NERC reliability assessments provide the basis for FERC review of other agency rulemaking. In addition to NERC, the transmission organizers, including the RTOs and ISOs, have engineering and modeling capabilities that could inform understanding of resource and reliability risk. If Congress provides FERC additional authority over other agency rulemakings, would FERC's review and advice benefit from consolidation with transmission organizations, the grid operators, to identify potential reliability risk in federal rulemakings?
Congressman, thank you very much for that question. The answer is yes. I think that if Congress were to grant FERC that additional authority, of course, FERC would stand ready to implement that. At present, FERC does not have, I think, the depth or the extent of computing resources to do the extent of analysis that might be required as to some of those other agencies' actions that might be the subject. And I think our being able to lean towards either NERC or towards transmission providers could be very beneficial.
Thank you. I'll stay with you, Mr. Mornoff. I'd like to follow up on a conversation I had with PJM during an Energy Subcommittee hearing earlier this year. Unlike traditional thermal generation, renewable resources do not provide certain essential reliability services that are necessary to balance and maintain the power grid. Do you have concerns with the lack of dispatchable power generation entering operators' interconnection queues? And are there enough of these projects to offset premature retirements and meet the rising demand growth?
Thank you, Congressman. I think that's an and, that it's crucial to be getting as much generation resources of a variety of types as we can interconnected expeditiously. We also recognize that different regions are facing different challenges, and the Commission is currently reviewing filings, including recently acting on a filing from PJM to address the specific needs and the proposed solutions that PJM brought to the Commission to ensure that they have the resources they need.
Okay, thank you. Earlier this year, sir, FERC approved PJM's Reliability Resource Initiative, or RRI. This initiative will provide an influx of reliable generation needed to help meet demand growth. Last month, PJM announced they had already attracted 94 applications totaling 26.6 gigawatt of nameplate capacity for the RRI. Can you discuss FERC's decision to approve PJM's RRI?
Congressman, thank you. Yes, I think that the Commission's action on PJM's RRI filing is a good illustration of how the Commission is both taking actions on a generic basis, such as through Order Number 2023, while also recognizing that each region may have its own challenges. And we were pleased that PJM brought a filing to us and that we were able to approve that filing consistent with our governing statutory standards.
All right, thank you. Mr. Goff, I do have a couple more minutes left, so I will switch over to you. Thank you for being here and the work that you and Secretary Wright and the Department of Energy are doing to unleash the American energy dominance. In your testimony, you discussed the work you're doing to strengthen American supply chain, increase the production of domestic resources, and approve permits for energy projects. As you're working to expand our energy systems, do you think it makes sense that we're also focusing on the reliability of the electric grid to ensure our constituents have access to affordable, reliable, and secure energy to keep the lights on?
Yes, it's critical that we maintain the grid to be able to get that power to the different, to the communities, to the people, to the businesses as well. And a lot of those businesses, especially as we talk more and more about AI, are requiring it to be very firm, reliable power, delivered 24/7. So.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from California's 50th District, 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mornoff, I think you said something about the amount of power that's in line to be constructed. Was that in your testimony?
Thank you, Congressman. I did not cite to a specific number, but we do have very large currently interconnection queues in regions throughout the country.
Do you have a sense of the quantity of that?
I'm sorry.
Do you have a general sense of the quantity of it?
I do not offhand. It is a very large number, I think roughly equivalent to the amount of power that is already used in the country.
Right. And this is power that wants to be built and interconnected, right?
That's correct.
Do you know what portion of that is oil and gas and what portion is sort of non-emitting?
Currently, the interconnection queues are overwhelmingly intermittent resources, whether that is predominantly but not exclusively wind and solar.
Yeah. My understanding is it's close to 90%. I don't know if you know that's right or not.
I do not know that for sure, but I think that's at least correct as an order of magnitude.
Right. And so I would just raise two issues for that. One is that there's a lot of talk in this building about canceling some of the tax incentives that make those deals possible. And I just want to say, if we're all on board with the notion we need a lot more power, it seems to me that would be an extremely unwise thing to do, because the testimony we hear from the industry is that that would kill all those deals and set us back. The other thing I would suggest is there's an idea on these pages that we would have oil and gas jump the line over other forms of energy. One of the things we learned at the recent energy conference that some of my colleagues and I attended is that it takes about 5 years to do to do a gas project now, where solar and wind can be available in about a year. So if we're really talking about meeting the demand, maybe jumping the line for something that's not ready isn't the smartest thing. But the other thing I would say too is one of the big problems with interconnection is that there's nothing to connect to. I've often said that the energy grid is too small, too old, and too dumb. And what I'm frustrated with here a little bit, Mr. Chairman, and this has happened in the last Congress too, we didn't really take on the problem of the capacity of transmission in a bipartisan way. And I'm hopeful that with a new chair and a new Congress, and actually, I think appointments by the president in this field that are folks we can work with, that we do that, because you can decide what order people can connect to, but if there's nothing to connect to, there's not going to be any connections. We have to build out the grid. And maybe, Mr. Mornoff, you could speak to some of the benefits of the unanimous order 1920A, which is a forward-looking planning process for reliability and affordability around the grid.
Congressman, thank you for that question. The Commission agrees that it has been crucial to take steps not only with respect to reforming the interconnection rules, but also to be looking at a proactive manner with respect to improvements to the transmission grid. In that respect, last November, the Commission, as you noted, unanimously approved Order Number 1920A, which largely reaffirmed the Commission's prior rule from earlier last year, Order Number 1920, addressing a variety of reforms as to long-term transmission planning. And in Order 1920A, had particular emphasis on the role that states need to play in that process, recognizing how important it is to having states supportive of planning as well as cost allocation if transmission.
And not just within regions, right? Also among regions, because there's benefits for reliability and affordability, isn't that right?
Yes, that's right. It is also very important to look for the interconnection as between regions. And we are currently reviewing a congressionally directed report from NERC going to the transfer capability between regions.
I called to the committee's attention last year when there was a bipartisan agreement led by Senators Manchin and Barrasso called the Energy Permitting Reform Act. Mr. Chair, that we should be starting with that, I think. We're not even talking about it. It included a couple of my ideas, the Big Wires Act, which would provide for interregional transmission, and the Speed and Reliability Act, which would provide streamlining for large transmission lines that demonstrably improve grid reliability and reduce congestion. We're not even talking about that here. And to me, I think it's a missed opportunity. So there's only one Democratic bill. I think there's some study bills that I could be willing to get on, but we've got to broaden this net a little bit if we're going to get a deal on permitting reform and on transmission and on generation, because all those things go together. And that's the point I've been trying to make for a long time. I think that's what we heard from the industry at our recent conference. And I just want you to know that that's where I'm at, and hoping we can do more in the next hearing. And I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman's time has expired and yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Tennessee's 1st District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the panel here today, and I'll start with Dr. Goff. At our recent hearing with the regional grid operators, we heard about the impacts that power plant retirements are having on their bulk power system, and these concerns are shared by NERC, who identified upwards of 115 gigawatts of power could leave the system over the next decade. You know, a lot of these plants are retiring prematurely and are assets that should have several years, if not decades, full of useful life. But in the midst of global AI arms race with China and efforts to reshore domestic manufacturing capacity, we shouldn't be leaving these stranded assets just sitting idly by. Can you talk about what the Department of Energy is doing to ensure that the U.S. maintains a leadership position in AI development?
As Secretary Wright has noted, he does really believe we need to be focusing on energy addition, not subtraction, and take advantage of the innovation capabilities of the Department of Energy to enable us to be able to deploy advanced energy technologies here in the very near term. As you note, with AI, the projection right now is we may double or triple the AI energy uses between now and 2028. Which can get us up to around 12% energy needs for AI. So yes, we do recognize that it's critical from a national security perspective. We have to keep the AI activities onshore and be able to provide the energy for them. So we are looking at all type energy sources to make sure how do we keep those assets going. I will note my background, I've worked primarily in the nuclear space and dual-hatted right now in the nuclear energy role. We've done a significant effort to make sure that we do keep the existing nuclear power plants continuing to operate. It was 10 years ago, we were forced with a lot of early premature closures of nuclear power plants. We have now been able to turn that around where we're not only talking about not closures, but actually talking about restarts of power plants. So that's why we're working with, through our loan program office, to help restart on the Palisades nuclear power plant in Michigan. And also looking at restarting the 3 Mile Island reactor as well. So we are trying to take proactive steps to make sure that we can make additions of energy to make sure that we do have the energy needed in the United States to onshore the AI technology and all the advanced manufacturing and other activities that are coming on as we continue to electrify more and more.
Well, we see the need increasing, not decreasing at all. And I'm from Tennessee. Of course, you have TVA, and we look at nuclear with small modular reactors and how that's going to be a huge asset to help with our energy needs. And if they want clean energy, it's going to be hydro and nuclear. And that's not just my opinion. You can ask anyone about that. And, in your testimony, you talked about the electrical grid and the vulnerabilities that we have. And I understand that, and I've talked to many people, and I remember reading the first articles with the E&P Commission and things of that nature. What can we do to put that in check and make sure that those, I go to TVA dams and I look at your safety protocols, and it's interesting. I was just there, and we had Hurricane Helene in my area, and it devastated a lot of East Tennessee, but those dams held because their safety protocols are so up to speed. But talk to me about the vulnerabilities with the grid system.
We do need to make sure that we, again, do have a very reliable grid. We have done a lot of lessons learned for my colleagues at FERC, the Department of Energy, looking at how do we learn from these various events that have occurred, and how do we apply those going forward? How do we get more dispatchable electricity onto the grid to ensure that reliability is there? And how do we operate more as we're having more and more penetration of renewables as well?
Yeah.
So there have been extensive studies, but a lot of that still is focused on we need more capacity added to the grid as well, and additional transmission and all as well to make sure that we can manage that.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Mr. Mornoff, I'd like to follow up with you on power plants that are retiring prematurely. And over the past year, we've seen a number of closed power plants seeking to reopen to meet the historic projected demands. Your testimony discusses the need to retain existing generation as well as the need to interconnect new sources of generation. Given a time frame of projected demands from critical industries such as AI and manufacturing, how important is it to retain as much dispatchable energy generation as we can and stop the bleeding of premature retirements?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. I agree. It's very important for us to be careful in considering what existing generation that may retire is needed for reliability and to take steps to prevent those retirements.
Okay, thank you, sir. And my time is up, so I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey's 8th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. This is our fourth hearing on meeting energy demands, and a recurring theme we've discussed today and at previous hearings and with our industry experts later this morning is providing certainty for the energy industry. Dr. Goff, just yes or no, from your perspective at the Department of Energy, is providing certainty for the energy industry important for planning and investment purposes?
Yes, it is critical as companies are looking to try to come up with investment scenarios, knowing how long things are going to take from a regulatory perspective and all as well. Having that uncertainty is very important.
These are capital-intensive projects that take a long time to fully bring online and see the return on these investments. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
I think Chairman Guthrie mentioned 30 years in his opening statement. So the predictability, certainty is important. Would anybody disagree with that? Yeah. Again, yes or no, Dr. Goff? Does certainty for industry support our ability to plan for meeting future energy needs and demands? Does certainty for industry support our ability to plan for meeting future energy needs and demands? Certainty.
Certainty. Having some level of certainty on what your investment plan is and what your return is very important.
And federal programs that enable energy providers to do so is helpful. Yeah. Again, yes or no, would you agree that consistent policies and priorities at the federal level help for planning purposes?
In general, yes. Assuming they're good, consistent policies, yes, they are.
I agree. And I agree that it's important for the energy industry to have consistency and reliability at the federal level for long-term planning purposes. Unfortunately, that is the exact opposite of what we've seen from this administration. Since he took office, President Trump has done nothing but sow chaos for the energy sector. In New Jersey, he's halted offshore wind projects, and he's halted other clean energy projects across the country. And not only are Republicans sitting here and letting it happen, they have made it clear they plan on unwinding the Inflation Reduction Act, our biggest investment in clean energy and the very tools we need to meet increasing demand as quickly as possible. It's been made clear by witnesses, even several of our Republican witnesses, that the Inflation Reduction Act is essential to our future energy reliability. Mr. Mornoff, your testimony states that we need to interconnect new generation sources to meet growth. That includes renewables such as solar, wind, and batteries. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, Congressman.
Thank you. And our only realistic source of energy growth is solar, wind, and batteries, which is being blatantly ignored by the Trump administration. And we've heard that Trump's pausing of federal permits for renewable projects and imposing tariffs on grid components will hurt our long-term interests. Again, this goes back to the consistency and reliability. The previous administration was focused on clean, renewable energy sources. That's something we should continue to promote, because there are additional sources of capacity. Does anybody disagree with that? All right. Most of the bills we're discussing here today are in the exact same vein. They should focus away from long-term reliability and prioritize gas projects despite their unreliability in extreme weather events and in complete disregard of state laws that seek to prioritize clean energy projects. I guarantee you when I go back home, our constituents are looking for clean, renewable sources of energy because they've had to live with the harm of previous sources of energy. All the while, we already have the means to meet growing energy needs through clean, renewable sources, and we should be encouraging grid operators to clear the interconnection backlog, which primarily consists of clean energy projects and building on IRA investments. This back and forth between administrations will only hurt us in the long run. Quickly, does anyone disagree that this change between administrations is harmful to the long-term planning of our energy production?
I think it is critical that we look at the conditions that we're in right now. We're right now facing a time of very high growth in electricity, which we really didn't have 5 years ago. This is a change in dynamics right now. We do need more electricity now than we thought we did 5 years ago.
And so we need energy from all different sources. Is that correct?
Oh, I agree. We do need
So-
all sources of electricity, but that does include some of the dispatchable systems that we have online now.
So if I grant you that, would you say it's ill-advised to unwind some of the progress that we've made on clean renewable energy under the Inflation Reduction Act?
I think, again, we need to make sure that we have all type of energy sources out there and making additions.
Including clean renewable energy. And we
will
should
have-
utilize existing legislation that encourages the development of clean renewable energy,
That encourages the development of all types energy sources.
including clean renewable energy.
All
Yes or
type
no?
all type energy sources. That would be a type in there as well.
I'll take
The
that.
nuclear
I'll take that
energy
as a yes, sir, because I have to yield back.
The gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes Representative Allen for 5 minutes for any questions he may have.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and I want to thank Chair Latta for holding this important legislative hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for your testimony, your expert testimony in this first panel. I mean, we just finished the conversation. Energy security is national security, and it's critical that we look to enact meaningful policies that will ensure our grid's reliability. And a big part of ensuring grid reliability is making sure we have the energy needed to meet our growing demand. Building up our energy infrastructure is critical, and something I would like to focus on is building our pipeline capacity. Natural gas pipelines are key to providing reliable baseload power. We need to address permitting for natural gas pipelines. Mr. Turpin, from a reliability perspective, is it concerning that only one interstate pipeline was completed in 2024?
I think from a reliability perspective, it's concerning when there's only one source of energy path on any infrastructure.
Are Clean Water Act Section 401 permits a significant challenge to pipeline development in certain regions of our country?
I think historically, we haven't seen much problem with the 401s. I think there have been, in the last probably 5 to 7 years, a few states that have used them or just haven't issued them or denied them on certain pipeline projects. But nationally, I haven't seen it as a larger trend.
And the reason I bring this up is that in talking about base load, converting our power plants to natural gas burns 42% cleaner. I mean, it's the largest reason we've reduced our carbon footprint by, I don't know, 1,400 tons in the last 10 years. Nearest nation to us is Japan at 200 tons. So we're doing our part. But again, right now, if I had 3 pipelines out of Pennsylvania to the coast of Louisiana, we could power the entire continent of Europe and probably end the war in Ukraine and Russia. Just based on the fact that we could power that entire continent 42% cleaner than they're currently burning the heavy crude over there. So thank you, all of you, for your expertise. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes Representative McClellan for 5 minutes for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Chairman Latta and Ranking Member Castor for planning this very important hearing. As you heard, I am from Virginia. We are both the data center capital of the world and the clean energy capital of the South. And I'm very proud of both, particularly since I led the fight to make us the clean energy capital of the South. And I know firsthand how important it is for us to meet our exploding energy needs, and that clean energy is going to be critically important to that. I also want to thank Ranking Member Castor for her leadership on the Expediting Generator Interconnection Procedures Act, which would take meaningful steps to modernize the way grid operators handle interconnection requests. Now, in Virginia, we have almost 30 gigawatts of solar and 5 gigawatts of wind stuck in the interconnection queue. And if we could get that capacity online faster, we'd be in a much better position to meet our growing demand in a way that's affordable reliable, and sustainable. In 2024, U.S. developers added nearly 9 gigawatts of battery storage capacity, which they plan to double this year, with over 18 gigawatts of new storage expected. But President Trump's Liberation Day tariffs have thrown those plans into uncertainty. His new policy includes a nearly 65% tariff on lithium-ion batteries from China, which are needed for grid-scale energy storage projects. And at the same time, he's attempting to roll back investments in domestic battery manufacturing, which were made through the Inflation Reduction Act. So Dr. Goff, I'd like to start with what impact will these new tariffs have on utility costs and ultimately the energy bills that struggling American families pay?
I will note one of the items that one of the bills that are being considered today is a supply chain activity. So one of those activities would really focus on looking at the supply chain and looking at the vulnerabilities associated with that, which that would include any impacts of tariffs and all as well. So that would be critical to be able to do that, to be able to look at those analysis, to know what the impacts are. Because like I said, the department is really committed to trying to move forward and making sure that we do have secure, reliable, and affordable energy for the American people.
And in your opinion, how are tariffs combined with canceled investments going to impact our national competitiveness?
Again, we're focused on trying to make sure that we can make energy additions. So we will have to be assessing how tariffs will impact. But again, we're committed to trying to make sure that we can move forward and make sure we have, again, secure, affordable, reliable electricity for the American people.
But would you agree that if there is a tariff on components that are critically important for clean energy, battery storage, and we are removing investments in domestically produced clean energy, that's going to be a challenge in using clean energy to meet our growing energy demand? Would you agree with that?
Again, we'd have to assess how those individual tariffs would be applied to those items, whether there's exemptions, whether there's carve-outs. You know, I know on some of the tariffs that were proposed, I'd say within the nuclear space, some of them did not include uranium and all as well. So it would depend on how those items are applied.
But right now, are lithium-ion batteries included?
I'm sorry, I'm not a tariff, expert right now.
Okay. Currently, it can take up to 5 years for regional grid operators to approve interconnection requests for new power plants, according to Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. So, Mr. Morinoff, do you think that kind of delay is acceptable, and how can we bring resources online as quickly as possible?
Thank you, Congresswoman. No, it's not. I think that given the exceptional growth we're seeing in demand particularly, we need to be interconnecting new generation much more quickly. I think that some of the steps FERC has taken already will help to ease those burdens and move that more quickly. And I think that there are more steps to come, including the potential for further technological deployments.
And you'd agree that one of the ways to meet those demands more quickly is if we could get clean energy projects like wind and solar that are already in the pipeline going and online?
I agree. I think that being able to move expeditiously through the existing interconnection queues is part of that solution.
And would you agree that it would be much faster to get those clean energy projects that are already in progress online? It's going to be much quicker than trying to get a brand new natural gas power plant online.
I think in general that's correct. I think that one of the challenges some of the queues have faced is the individual challenges faced by particular generators, and that may be true regardless of the resource type.
Okay, thank you. And this one, I'm not going to have time to get an answer, so I'll just ask for on the record. Last year, the Department of Energy created a transmission interconnection roadmap outlining solutions to speed up the interconnection of energy onto the grid. But since January, that web link has been pulled down, and I'm not sure if it's up. When I checked this morning, it wasn't up. Dr. Goff, do you know whether these resources will be put back up?
I do not know, but can look into it.
Thank you, because I think it's going to be kind of hard to do what we need to do if we're silencing information and research. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time's expired. She yields back. The chair now recognizes herself for 5 minutes for any questions she may have. I'd like to thank the chairman of the subcommittee, Chairman Latta, and also Ranking Member Castor for holding this important hearing on ensuring abundant, reliable American energy to power innovation. The massive power outage that paralyzed Spain and Portugal on Monday underscores the critical importance of our work today. This incident, which affected millions of people, disrupted transportation systems, healthcare services, and businesses, demonstrates the vulnerability of even sophisticated electrical grids and is a stark reminder of what's at stake when we discuss grid reliability. Like our last member who spoke, I agree that projects that have already started should be allowed to continue, such as the canceling the Keystone Pipeline 4 years ago, which caused the loss of 11,000 American jobs and energy to our refiners here in the United States. The last administration was all about energy subtraction, as we know from the Power Plant 2.0 rule, from increasing the mandate for electric vehicles, even though we didn't have the electricity to power them, and we saw that play out in California. We are facing unprecedented growth in electricity demand, and this administration is all about energy addition and homegrown energy addition. And it's driven largely, as we've said, by AI, data centers, and advanced manufacturing. We must ensure that our policies support a diverse and resilient portfolio that maintains reliability while fostering innovation. In my district, we've seen firsthand the benefits of an any-of-the-above energy approach. Wind energy generates 59% of our electricity, significantly reducing our dependence on coal, while maintaining some of the lowest electricity rates in the nation. However, this success has been achieved by complementing all of our renewable sources, our carbon-based fuels, our liquid fuels, with flexible natural gas generation, and our historic hydroelectric facilities that power essential reliability services. The loss of our only nuclear plant at Duane Arnold was a 22% decrease in the share of coal in the last 5 years highlights a concerning trend nationwide. We're retiring dispatchable baseload generation even as demand accelerates. NERC's recent assessment found that over the next decade, 115 gigawatts of dispatchable generation is scheduled for retirement, while demand may increase up to 151 gigawatts. As we confront these challenges, we must ensure our policies ensure and enable adequate supply and distribution of all energy resources that provide abundant power. Carbon-based fuels such as natural gas, coal, hydroelectric, wind, solar, biofuels, biomass, compressed renewable natural gas, most of which we actually have in Iowa, while continuing to promote the innovation that has made the American energy the most sophisticated and efficient in the world. And most importantly, we have to pass thoughtful legislation that prioritizes affordability, abundance, reliability, and security. Mr. Goff, the Securing America's Critical Mineral Supply Act builds on DOE's current efforts. Could you elaborate on the landscape of critical minerals for the committee, which resources are most critical to energy supply, and who supplies them, and what actions the DOE is taking to secure these supply chains?
Well, first, I think the President bill looking at the supply chain for critical minerals is a good step. It's doing an assessment, looking at vulnerabilities, and looking at how we need to move forward. We do have, like I say, working with the Department of Interior, we are looking this year at doing an update on the critical minerals and critical materials list, which again identifies which items we should be focusing on. So like I say, we hope to be updating that this year, which again will identify additional focus. Because a large fraction of these we do not produce domestically and need to look at how can we onshore that or ensure that we have reliable allies providing those type materials.
The loss of nuclear plants like Duane Arnold in my district represents a significant challenge for maintaining carbon-free baseload generation. What is DOE's assessment of the potential for restarting recently closed nuclear facilities, and what supply chain factors might affect these efforts?
We are very excited about the potential restarts. I said we're excited in looking at Palisades in Michigan, moving forward on a restart, and have moved forward with the Loan Program Office loan going to that plant for its restart. Similarly, excited about the 3 Mile Island restart with Constellation and moving forward on that. hear rumblings still with Dwayne Arnold and look about some potential, but yeah, we'll look forward to seeing what kind of options there are. As far as supply chain, the supply chain's not a major issue in that. It's mainly just making sure that we have maintenance updated and the fuel set up for those that plan as well. So yeah, real excited about those options to get that firm power back online.
Thank you. My time's expired. I'll submit some questions for the record. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Representative Pallone, for 5 minutes for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start with Mr. Goff. Yesterday, the White House called Amazon's plan to display the impact of Trump's tariffs on prices a, quote, hostile and political act. Mr. Goff, if a gas station in the Midwest or the Northeast decided to display the price impact of Trump's tariffs on gasoline, would you consider that a hostile and political act?
If they displayed the impacts, that's not my area of expertise to decide what the hostile act would be considered, I guess.
All right. Well, I think it's clear, because we see a lot of this going on now. It's clear that Trump and Republicans are scared of Americans understanding the impact of their disastrous policies, and they're trying to hide the impact that the tariffs are having on American families from, Home Depot, whether it's Home Depot, Amazon, or the local gas station. But turning to some of the bills before us today, let me go to Mr. Turpin. I'd like to discuss the draft bill on natural gas pipeline permitting. As two witnesses on the next panel are alluding to in their written testimonies, we haven't heard them yet. When this legislation came before us last Congress, the majority snuck in a provision that would make FERC, not the states, responsible for compliance with Section 401 of the Clean Water Act. And frankly, I suspect that our majority might try to include that provision in this bill again, so I'd like to get some things on the record. So, Mr. Turpin, does FERC currently have any expertise on the Clean Water Act as it applies to natural gas pipelines? And if the language from the earlier iteration of this bill becomes law, would FERC become legally liable for ensuring that its pipeline certificates and the conditions in them complied with the Clean Water Act, if you will?
Thank you, Congressman. At this point, for my experience, we do not have the experience with the breadth and depth of the Clean Water Act. Certainly, we're versed in construction of pipelines and right-of-ways crossing water bodies, but that is by no means, that look at best practices is by no means the same thing as the Clean Water Act compliance. And so we would have to get, if those responsibilities were given to the commission, we would definitely have to seek additional resources, additional expertise.
All right. Well, let me record my opposition to such a provision on the record. I'm very much opposed to it. I'm going to go back to Mr. Goff, and I don't know, I think I'm making him uncomfortable here with these questions, but I'm going to try again. In your written testimony, you said that, quote, it is the policy of the executive branch to ensure presidential supervision and control of independent regulatory agencies, unquote. But do you think that the president should be able to fire commissioners, for example, from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission or the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission at will? I mean, that's what he's doing in so many cases, just doing this at will. And do you think that further politicizing the NRC would make nuclear energy safer or more dangerous, if you would?
Well, that's, again, not my expertise.
I knew you were going to say that.
But I think the administration is still committed to, as far as the regulatory agencies, making sure that they can function to do, the things that they're tasked to do. And the Nuclear Regulatory Commission want to make sure that they still maintain the safety of the operation of the existing fleet. So I don't think any actions looking at trying to reduce the actions that they're supposed to be moving forward, but making sure that they are moving forward in an efficient and effective manner.
But you see, my point is, and I don't know, you're probably not going to answer my question, and I'm not being critical. The point is, sure, there can be supervision and, investigations, but these are supposed to be independent agencies. And the president takes the position that he can just fire these commissioners at will. To me, that has nothing to do with ensuring that, that the commission runs properly or procedurally is operating in the right way. Because if you say, look, I can fire anybody because I don't like them or because they're not following my policies, then they're not independent anymore. But I guess I can't get you to comment, right?
Again, that's not my area of expertise to comment on that.
All right, thanks anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes Representative James from Michigan for 5 minutes for any questions he may have.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Today, we have an opportunity to advance a transformative vision for our nation's energy future through my Securing America's Critical Minerals Supply Act. This bill is a bold step toward ensuring the United States leads in energy innovation, security, and independence. The Securing America's Critical Minerals Supply Act redefines critical energy resource to empower the Department of Energy with a clear mandate to secure the supply of minerals essential for our energy sector. My legislation directs the DOE to conduct ongoing assessments of supply chain vulnerabilities, develop strategies to strengthen domestic production, and invest in innovative technologies. It equips our nation to counter anti-competitive tactics and human rights abuses in global markets, ensuring America's energy systems are resilient, self-reliant, and humane. Our state is home to the Palisades nuclear plant, which is on track to become the first commercial nuclear facility in U.S. history to be successfully restarted. With support of the Department of Energy and under the ownership of Holtec, Palisades is a flagship example of how public-private partnerships advance U.S. energy resilience and reliability. Michigan also has the industrial capacity, the workforce, and research institutions needed to support domestic processing of critical minerals used in advanced nuclear fuel and small modular reactors. The Securing America's Critical Minerals Act presents an opportunity to align these capabilities with national policy to build secure regional supply chains and advance American energy security. This is about unleashing American energy, powering our factories, fueling innovation, and securing the future. The Securing America's Critical Minerals Supply Act is a cornerstone for reshoring manufacturing, reducing dependence on foreign dictators and despots, and building an energy-independent America. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and unleash the full potential of American energy. So, Mr. Turpin, thank you for being here today. Michigan's energy infrastructure, including grid upgrades and pipelines needed to support nuclear fuel delivery and industrial energy reliability, is key to maximizing the Palisades restart. How, in your opinion, can FERC coordinate more closely with DOE to expedite permitting for energy infrastructure projects critical to Michigan's manufacturing base and Great Lakes logistics?
So for the infrastructure that we have siting authority over, principally that would be natural gas pipelines in this case, we have a process by which we reach out to all of the agencies that could be involved for coordination and input into the process as we move through reviewing any of those proposals.
Thank you. This is to Mr. Goff. As the Palisades nuclear plants already secured the fuel needed for a restart, an important milestone and testament to strong DOE private sector coordination. As we look ahead to long-term operations and future deployment of SMRs at the site, how will DOE apply the tools in this legislation to ensure a resilient domestic supply of enriched uranium and advanced fuels that are critical to sustain nuclear production?
We are currently moving forward right now with an activity to make sure we do onshore more of the uranium activities as far as on the fuel domestically. So we are looking to try to make sure that we have increase our domestic enrichment capability so that we do have uranium to provide that fuel. Yeah, we have provided roughly 20% of our fuel for our existing fleet has come from Russia. We recognize they're not a reliable source of supply, so thanks to investment provided from Congress, we are moving forward on establishing additional low-enriched uranium capacity for the existing fleet. Should also know we're working again with funding provided by Congress as well to move forward on also establishing a high-assay low-enriched uranium supply capability that's needed for many of the advanced reactors that we would like to deploy as well. So like I said, we are taking positive steps right now to incentivize that build out of enrichment capacity in the United States and also should be supported in the mining and the conversion type activities as well. So again, we have a reliable fuel supply for the Palisades. And also, let me commend you, we're also very excited about the Palisades restart here in the near future.
Very quickly, sir, can you identify any gaps, where they are and for how long, between America's ability to be self-reliant on these particular fuel sources and our dependence on outside fuel sources? What is the potential risk that we face at this point?
The central risk that we face right now is the time it takes to get that new capacity online, which we expect that to be somewhere in the order of 3 to 4 years to get that new capacity. Congress did pass a ban on the importation of Russian-enriched uranium. We can have waivers up until through 2027, so that should be able to get us to the point where we can continue to move forward. And I should stress, on those waivers, we want to make sure we're only using waivers when they're needed to make sure a plant continues to operate. We don't want any existing fleet to shut down because we can't get fuel. So it's critical that we manage that supply of material until we can get that new capacity online.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chairwoman, thank you for your patience. I yield.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes Representative Tonko for 5 minutes for any questions you may have.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you and the ranking member hosting this hearing. Mr. Mornoff, I start by asking you to give us a bit of history, of a history lesson, given your many years of service at the Commission. Do you recall in 2017, when during the first Trump administration, the Department of Energy submitted a notice of proposed rulemaking to FERC on grid reliability and resilience pricing?
Yes, that's correct, Congressman.
And am I correct that the gist of that proposal, in simplified terms, was that coal and nuclear generation facilities, on the basis of having a 90-day on-site fuel supply, would have received additional payments under the presumption that these facilities were critical to maintaining grid reliability?
Yes, Congressman, that's correct.
Thank you. And this turned out to be quite a controversial proposal. A bipartisan group of former FERC commissioners assessed that it would inevitably raise prices and break from FERC's historic fuel-agnostic approach. So, Mr. Mornoff, can you tell us what was the result of that NOPR?
Yes, in, I believe, January of 2018, consistent with the timeline that had been established by the Secretary of Energy in submitting that proposed rule to the Commission, the Commission unanimously rejected that proposal, finding that it did not satisfy either part of the relevant provision of the Federal Power Act. The Commission also at the time then opened a new proceeding with respect to a variety of resilience-related issues.
Thank you. So there was a bipartisan consensus then that we shouldn't discriminately favor certain types of generators when it comes to meeting our reliability needs. The reason I bring this up is because many of the same policy preferences and talking points from 2017 are back in the proposals before us today, which can be boiled down to members putting a thumb on the scale for certain types of generation at the expense of the people that will need to pay for those assets. I see some similarities with the goals of that NOPR and the Power Plant Reliability Act, which would allow the Commission to compel uneconomic generators into what would essentially be a 5-year reliability must-run contract. I also want to mention that at least 2 of the proposals under consideration today define the term reliable generation facility to mean having on-site fuel storage and being able to generate electricity during emergencies and severe weather conditions. Again, very similar to how the 2017 NOPR was framed. Now, I recall during the polar vortex a decade ago that there were reports of coal piles freezing, rendering those units useless. And in November of 2021, in the aftermath of Winter Storm Uri in Texas, FERC issued a staff report that identified a litany of reasons that generators failed, including freezing issues, mechanical issues, and fuel issues. Mr. Mornoff, hopefully you can recall that review. Is it fair to say that having an on-site fuel supply did not guarantee a generator's ability to operate during Winter Storm Uri?
Congressman, that's correct. I think it's also worth noting that in part, learning from events such as those that you just described, FERC has since that time, working with NERC, the Electric Reliability Organization, put in place standards for generator winterization which we have seen significant benefits from the placement of those standards.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And were there failures for a variety of reasons across all types of generators, be they coal, gas, nuclear, or renewables?
Yes, I believe that's correct as well, that generators of a variety of types encountered difficulties associated with those winter weather conditions.
So trying to statutorily define reliable generation facility as having characteristics that were proven to not be reliable in recent years, again, seems to be putting a thumb on this scale. This is a common theme across these proposals, whether it is finding new ways to compel uneconomic generators to operate or giving preferences for certain fuel types, even if they don't guarantee reliability. I believe we're taking the wrong approach here today, and we should return to the bipartisan work done by FERC for better fuel-agnostic ideas to maintain reliability. Does that resonate in a sensible manner to you?
Thank you, Congressman. I think it's very important at present to be looking at how we can expedite the interconnection of all types of generation, as well as recognizing that individual regions may have particular challenges, which FERC should consider as well.
Okay, I appreciate it. And with that, I thank you and yield back, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you very much. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio's 6th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. My question would be for Mr. Goff. Can you tell us more about why the Department of Energy supports the reestablishment of the National Coal Council and why we need coal now more than ever to get involved in the energy mix?
Right now, coal still does provide a significant fraction of our electricity in the United States, somewhere between 15 and 20%. Establishing that, and we're looking at, as we've said, we are needing more and more electricity, not less electricity. So to me, I should note, I'm an R&D type person, even though I'm sitting here as a policy type person. To me, having more data is always important when you're looking at different topics. So establishing the National Coal Council provides additional input to the Department of Energy on how to manage the assets of coal, including the mining and the operation of it. So I think it does still provide us that critical data, additional data that we need to assess, again, how you do continue to operate coal facilities. And again, because it is it is critical right now for our electricity generation.
I really appreciate that. I was in the Ohio State House for almost 6 years, and I sat on energy, and I was chair of the government committee. And I noticed a couple different things. I had a couple tours of the Cardinal plant down on the Ohio River, which is 3 generated plants that has coal converted into electricity. I personally built 3 plants with some investors in the Ohio State House for 2 power plants in Lordstown and 1 in Wellsville. I've experienced energy of all the above, and my opposition party over there says that we have to have all of the above. But the reality, the tangible reality of what is going on in America is 3 Christmases ago, the American grid almost melted down. Is that correct, sir?
We have had challenges in different winter events, yes.
All generated plants in this country were told to go at full capacity, and we were within 3 hours of turning into a third world nation where we didn't have power to support the Americans that we represent. So let's go into the depth right now when we have an opposition party that allowed under the Biden administration the celebration of brand new coal plants being built in China, being built in Germany, and Russia and India. When in America, we're closing our plants. I had a plant, the Samus plant, which actually sits in my district. It sits right across the street from Raleigh Moore's district in West Virginia, and we saw this plant, which was perfectly good, of putting energy back onto the grid, dismantled for no good reason. When the administration that ordered their removal and their complete destruction celebrated these countries that are playing with dirty coal, with coal development that is not done under the standards of the American system. So we saw that, and we saw the jeopardizing of the American grid. China uses 7 to 8 times more coal than us. Oftentimes, American coal is the only coal that you could actually sort of support for this country and for the world. Coal is still burning really strong right now in China as we speak, and they're literally laughing at us because they're building multiple different generated coal plants per year as we're shutting ours down. Now, I don't think anyone on my side of the aisle says we want to make solar or wind extinct. But right now, Greenpeace is fighting with the wind industry because actually we have whales on Cape Cod that are washing up on shore. And, you know, we have to support the whales. And then we have solar plants that are being at basically a civil war with the agricultural department right now because we're taking good tillable land and we're putting solar panels on it. It's sort of a proven fact right now, a solar panel after 25 years of use is almost as toxic as a nuclear barrel of waste. So we have all these different aspects. We should actually, if we're going to have solar, we should have incentives where we take stripped out mine lands throughout Ohio and this country. We could put the solar fields on there so we have a path forward. But the path forward right now is definitely natural gas and coal. So, I want your thoughts on this. Using American coal for the American energy supports high-paying jobs, increased energy supply for the grid that we're worried is going to go down, cuts down on electric cost of Joe Bag of Donuts, blue-collar worker. So what are we here for? The populist movement of the Republican Party is here for the blue-collar worker, the mom and dad who cannot pay their bills every single month. And we're going to explore solar panels that will never run a jumbo jet, a train, a Mack truck. Supporting American coal just makes sense to me. I'm a proud sponsor of H.R. 3015, which reestablishes the National Coal Council. And what I'm understanding from my coal friends right now, there's a vaporizing process. That's a new process of harvesting this energy that's inside coal, which is so much cleaner than even new coal. So with all those thoughts I threw at you, I would love your response to that.
Well, you have to do it in 4 seconds. But if we could, if the gentleman would want to direct his questions in writing to the witness, that'd be great. So thank you. Our gentleman's time has expired, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas's 33rd District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Goff, Maine, I ain't trying to mess with your ends. And I know you got a job that you have to do and you have to be very careful about things, right? So I'm not trying to knock that. But, you know, one of the things that frustrates me about how we talk about energy on this committee is that it turns into this whole versus deal, right? We've created this versus universe here on Capitol Hill. So instead of us being able to have real discussions about energy security, affordability, how we make energy cleaner, all of those things, it turns into the Cowboys versus the Eagles, which is not healthy, right? Because I'm always going to root for the Cowboys. So if that's the way how we're going to frame it, then we're not going to actually be able to come up with energy solutions. And I just want to know, and if you can't answer it, I get it, man. But why was it so hard for you to answer Mr. Menendez's question? Because that's what makes this discussion so hard to have on Capitol Hill. He was just asking you a simple question, and you wouldn't answer it because you thought that you weren't towing the line for your team. Why didn't you just answer his question?
Well, thank you for your question, and maybe I didn't understand his question, but let me make sure I was clear. I think we need all energy sources out there.
Including the renewables that he was asking about. Okay,
I think
that's all he was asking you. And when we don't answer questions like that, that's when this conversation turns into this really black and white, where we deduce this down to something simple, and there's nothing simple about our energy security, the affordability, the reliability, and the cleanliness of it, because all of it takes sacrifices, all of it, if you take one from the other, then it's going to make it harder. Like, none of this is easy. There is no easy solution. I had a kid tell me that we could be 100% renewable today if we wanted to, but the energy companies aren't letting us do it. And I was like, that's not true. We can't be 100% renewable today. That's a lie. And so when people come to me, even if they're on my own side, I'll say, no, that's a lie. And so we need to hear the truth from you. And so I just want to ask you, can you speak to the impact of the recent losses at DOE, particularly in offices responsible for clean energy deployment and community programs, and how this may affect grid reliability, transmission modernization, and energy access? Can you touch on that?
I do not have numbers on losses or anything like that as far as with the deferred resignation program. So I can't speak to how those things are, the numbers of people or anything like that. I don't have those type numbers. What the department, though, is committed to do is to be able to still move forward and execute our energy mission, to again make sure that we have affordable, reliable, and secure energy for the American people. So we will be looking at, as far as what the structure should be for doing that. So yeah, we're committed to still moving forward on those actions.
Yeah, because we need to know that. I mean, in Texas, we have the 3 largest wind projects in the world. Everybody thinks, oh, Texas oil and gas state. We have the 3 largest wind farms in the world, just west of me, in Texas. And so these are things that we need to know. So have y'all conducted any internal analysis of how repealing the IRA's clean energy tax incentives would affect power prices and reliability in fast-growing states like mine?
There's not been any analysis looking at how any repeal would be done, as far as I'm aware of at this point.
Okay. Do you have concerns that the politically motivated attacks on FERC, such as the recent attempts to sunset all of its rules, could destabilize long-term investment in reliable power infrastructure?
I am not aware of what the political, attacks were on FERC right now. So I would have to be more up to speed on what that particular attack was. I'm sorry.
Right. As you know, right now, if you look at the price of WTI, the Trump tariff taxes are roiling the energy market. So there's been a lot of disruption in the energy market. And if the price goes much further, it's going to disrupt future investment in oil and gas production in the Permian Basin. And I wanted to ask you, have y'all started to do any reports on how high the price of oil will go up, which would make our gas prices a lot higher if they have to ramp back up all of a sudden because the economy picks back up? Have y'all looked at how that could really make prices sky high for consumers?
I'm not aware of any work that's been done on that at this point in time. I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado's 8th District, 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you, of course, to our witnesses for coming today. I think we've all heard the statistics that we need more power, not less, just growing demands on the grid and all of those uses. And so with that baseline understanding in mind, my first question will be to Dr. Goff. One of the pieces of legislation that's listed here today is the State Planning for Reliability Act, which seeks to leverage states' role in effective long-term planning for resource adequacy by ensuring that utilities consider the role of reliable power generation. And during our recent hearing with some of the regional grid operators, we heard how these state policies are having an outsized impact on reliability. And in my state, we're having issues with affordable and reliable power generation because of some of the policies that are happening in Colorado. And so my question to you is, what actions is your department taking, or can your department take, to ensure that we have reliable power generation that stays online?
The department does do a significant amount of work with a lot of the different state agencies. In fact, we do a lot of work with NASIO, the National Association of State Energy Officials, NARUC, the National Association of State Regulators, to again work with them to look at how they can deploy different energy sources to their systems to make sure that they do have a good, reliable grid. Again, I'll go back to my nuclear hat where I've worked primarily. We've done a lot of work and do studies with some of those state agencies. In fact, there's one that's going to be kicked off right now that NASIO is leading with a number of different states, looking at how they can look at accelerated deployment of nuclear to again help again maybe stabilize and provide additional reliability to their grid. So we do a fair amount of outreach to those states to look at what are the different options that they can deploy.
Thank you. To kind of continue on that theme, Mr. Mornoff, as I mentioned, during some of our recent hearings with regional grid operators, we heard some concerns about the rate of politically motivated premature retirements and the impact that the retirements of those energy sources are having on reliability. Does FERC share these concerns about state policies that are driving out reliable power generation?
Thank you, Congressman. While FERC very much respects the decisions that are made at the state level pursuant to authority that is specifically reserved to the states pursuant to the Federal Power Act, we do take very seriously our responsibility with respect to reliable and affordable power. And we work very closely both with our state commissioners and then implementing FERC's authority with those goals in mind.
And just following up on that, how important is long-term planning when it comes to making sure that we have reliability and affordability for ratepayers? Kind of going back to what you mentioned there, we know that the states do have some leeway to be able to set that resource mix, but how important is that long-term planning for reliability, for an affordability, and how can those states make sure that they're working with regulators like FERC to make sure that we're meeting goals around reliability and affordability?
Thank you, Congressman. I agree that long-term planning is very important, and there are different ways that different regions of the country approach that. In some regions of the country where there is an organized market structure that is subject to FERC regulations, there are different capacity constructs that seek to address that issue. And indeed, Chairman Christie, given his particular interest and concern in some of the trends in those markets, has called for a technical conference on June 4th and 5th of this year. There are other regions of the countries that do not have those same structures and rely on more of an integrated resource planning model that tends to take place at the state level.
Okay, and Colorado, of course, is in that latter category. And so for states that are in that category, how much concerns do you have around, the statistic that we saw the last time we did this hearing is Colorado, I think, is responsible for about 1.2% of the generation that occurs across the country. But in the next couple of years, they're going to be responsible for almost 10% of that baseload power that is actually dropping off the grid. So do you have concerns when you see states, particularly in less organized markets, that are taking directions like that?
We think it's crucial to ensure that we have the resources that are necessary to meet what is a rapidly growing electric load, and that involves both new generation and preserving the resources needed at present to avoid reliability concerns.
Thank you. Yield back, Chairman.
Well, thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Washington's 8th District. 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses. I want to emphasize the importance of making sure we can provide affordable and abundant energy as demand increases. I also really want to express my appreciation to the committee for the interest in improving our interconnection queues around the country. In the Northwest, the bulk of transmission is managed by Bonneville, a self-funded government agency under the Department of Energy that operates and maintains the region's grid. Representative Benz in this committee, my colleague from Oregon, and I are well aware of the interconnection queue backlog that Bonneville is trying to address, which currently totals 186 gigawatts over 272 projects, and that's a really long line. And just to give you a sense of scale, the entire state of Washington has a summer capacity of roughly 31 gigawatts. And while we've seen this exponential growth, not all these gigawatts are expected to actually come to fruition. Some projects are definitely more viable than others, and some serious reforms are needed to really put the potential ones to the front of the line. So that's why, among many reasons, any depletion of the already understaffed workforce at Bonneville really kneecaps the agency's ability to process this backlog, build out transmission, and keep energy reliable and affordable as demand spikes. Undersecretary Dr. Goff, I would just like to get you on the record here on behalf of my constituents and the entire Northwest. I have been reassured that BPA would be exempt from reduction in force plans at the Department of Energy. Will employees of this agency that is not dependent on tax dollars be subject to another round of layoffs in the RIF plan?
I'm not aware of anything on another round. As far as with the deferred resignation that's come in right now, the department does reserve the right to be able to tell people if they're in a critical, public safety, national emergency, be able to not allow them to take the deferred resignation program. And we did look at those critical needs as far as with the power administration authorities like BPA to make sure that BPA is still well-staffed going forward. I'm not aware of any plans in the future that they would be impacted by as well as far as with BPA going forward.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It's like another one of this administration's, hack away and then oops, right? They just sent out another letter offering early retirement, early resignation, all across Bonneville. And now you're saying you can actually rescind that offer. But who's most likely to take that offer? It's people who are close to retirement, who have the most experience, who've already built up their pension, who can get other jobs elsewhere, who are now experiencing an increased workload because other people have been laid off or taken retirement. These are the people who train up the next generation of engineers, line repairmen, et cetera, at Bonneville, and they're the ones who are taking this offer, understandably. I mean, wouldn't you, if you had an increased workload, better opportunities that pay more, and you're being treated like this by DOE, who could rescind this, and by this administration. So I just want to really double down on this, that there's reduction in force, and there's, in some ways, even more serious early retirements that totally kneecap the agency. And here we are today. Most of the emphasis has been on new power generation. But the way we can, in the quickest way, meet demand is by this interconnection queue, by building out our grid. And this is taking away exactly what we need to meet that demand. I'm worried, and the entire Northwest is worried as well. I also, just wanted to double down on the need for transmission. I would love to have that hearing in this committee, only because, we had a good enough compromise between both parties with the Manchin-Barrasso bill in the last Congress that could have gotten buy-in. When a thumb is on the scale for oil and gas projects, you're unlikely to get bipartisan buy-in. But if we can find that good compromise, like if the real goal is to move our country forward, build out that transmission, and keep energy abundant, reliable, and accessible, that's where we should be headed, not some of the CRAs we're addressing today. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady yields back her time, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, the 2nd District, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank all of you for being here. General Counsel Mornoff, I'm particularly interested in knowing what's taking most of the time in your department when it comes to regulatory obstacles or barriers, so we know where to focus our attention, because there's no doubt about the need. The transmission just referenced in the previous questions is a great example of difficulty. I mean, it'd be one thing to have all kinds of people ready to do stuff, but if there's regulatory barriers, good luck. So share with us what we should be focusing upon to try to reduce those barriers.
Thank you, Congressman. I think that the commission is focusing on very similar issues, particularly on what needs to be done to ensure the reliability and affordability of our electric supply across the commission's jurisdiction. In that respect, some of the issues that we've talked about today, looking at ways that we can increase the efficiency of the interconnection process in order to ensure that needed resources are moving through expeditiously. I think it's also really important to be considering, as we've talked about, if there are resources that are needed for reliability, but considering retirement, what are the steps that we can take, whether that's through consideration of market signals or other issues, other approaches. And we also continue to look actively, as my colleague Mr. Turpin has described, about what we can be doing to be moving infrastructure permitting as promptly as we can.
Okay, let's go to the permitting, because what I'm most interested in is how we can speed up what FERC has to do. And in my dealing with FERC, which had to do with relicensing of hydropower projects across the Northwest, I noticed that FERC was just as apt to be stalled out as any other organization by virtue of some of the laws that we have and some of the regulations under them. So which one of those regulations, in your opinion, is the most time-consuming for your department?
I could address that on the permitting side. I'm not sure that I could identify a single one. I mean, the U.S. has decentralized permitting. There are a myriad of statutes that every project has to comply with, and depending upon the circumstances and the scope of what's being looked at, any one of those could become sort of a long tent in the pole.
Well, I'm just thinking, when I think about the need for transmission, and I think of the need for generation, and then I think about the need for permitting reform, it seems to me that permitting reform is the most important thing, because that's what's standing in the way of our actually getting those other two things done. So if I can't turn to you guys to tell us where the barriers are, who do I turn to?
Again, I'm not sure I could say there's a single, permitting is something that takes a good while to do.
It certainly does, but tell me, why is that?
It's because of the issues that have to be looked at, and because of the panoply of federal statutes that exist for any kind of.
So I read the testimony, and I saw references to the Endangered Species Act and to other similar environmental protection statutes. Is that what you're talking about, or is there something more? Let me just share with you this. There are certain requirements that states weigh in on the relicensing of dam process, and I saw Oregon and Idaho held hostage by a state, Oregon, under those opportunities. How's that? Is that something you see often, where states using the consultation requirements under the ESA delay things?
I haven't seen that, I think, with the ESA. We have seen relicenses that have been delayed while waiting on state 401s. And while that delay occurs, then new species might be listed or new critical habitat identified, and so then the ESA process has to be refreshed.
Mr. Goff, there's much talk about how we are going to be held hostage, and probably are being held hostage, by virtue of foreign countries controlling the types of uranium and other rare earth minerals that we absolutely need and don't have. Is it your thought that we actually can somehow overcome this without protecting those who invest billions of dollars in the processing plants? Because when I've talked to people who are in that space, they're scared to death of dumping all this money in and then having the protections that tariffs and other things provide evaporate, and suddenly they all go broke. So how do we address that?
On the example of uranium that you brought up, one thing that I think was critical to make sure we have that investment, that the government provides some incentive for the companies to move forward, but they also need assurances that the adversarial entity that's providing the material doesn't come back into the market. So that was we were very thankful that Congress did pass a ban on uranium as well, because it would probably be hard for companies to invest, even if the government's putting in money, if they don't know that they're not going to be undercut later on in the future if another country basically dumps material in that. So it's those type actions that will help enable to have that investment going forward.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman's time has expired and yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New York's 14th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And thank you to all of our witnesses who are here today. I'd like to zoom out a little bit for the public and folks who are following from home, trying to understand a lot of the technical conversation that we're having here today. Mr. Mornoff, you work and are the acting general counsel at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, which is what we're talking about today. And FERC oversees our entire country's national electric grid. And one of the things that I am increasingly concerned about as our summers get hotter and hotter is the reliability of the U.S. electrical grid as we start increasing the electrical load on our grid. As summers get hotter, people use more electricity to keep their homes cool, and similar things during the wintertime as well, as we start moving towards heat pumps and other kinds of energy and climate technologies. Now, Mr. Mornoff, does extreme heat increase the chance of large-scale power outages in the United States?
Thank you, Congresswoman. So while, as you noted, I'm an attorney, not an engineer, I do think it is worth, I agree with the premise that under those extreme circumstances and the extreme demand associated with it, there are greater challenges with respect to reliability.
And Dr. Goff and Mr. Turpin, would you agree with that conclusion?
Yes, I'd agree.
Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. And it strikes me that changes to our grid will need to be made in order to adapt to these changes to our climate. Mr. Mornoff, is it true that FERC's mission includes maintaining a reliable, safe, and secure grid for the country?
Yes, Congresswoman, that's correct.
And I think it's important for us to delve into some of the real human consequences of this too. When the power goes out especially on a large scale, we've seen this in Texas, we've seen this, although Texas has a separate grid issue, but we've seen this, in Puerto Rico and in other places across the country. When the power goes out because of a grid outage, say due to heat, we have seniors who are reliant on electricity-dependent medical equipment. We have people with disabilities who rely on oxygen and other kinds of medical devices. We have people that require refrigerated medicines. And when the power goes out, we are seeing people, especially medically vulnerable people or people in rural areas, whose lives can literally be threatened by a power outage, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And which brings me to some of the recent announcements that the Trump administration has made around sunsetting some of the rules and regulations regarding FERC. They've recently announced almost a blanket 5-year sunset of rules and regulations. And when we are talking about the profound depth and intricacy of the technical rules governing our electrical grid, these kind of blanket rescissions or threats can really threaten some of the reliability of our grid. I wanted to ask about some of the specific rules. There is one in particular, Order 1920. It was approved last year in May, which adopted specific requirements for transmission providers to develop 20-year transmission plans. And this was actually the first time that FERC has addressed the need for regional planning in over a decade. Would Order 1920 be subject to one of these sunset type of provisions?
So we are still in the process of reviewing the executive order to which you referred to ensure that we have an understanding of the proper scope of what would be covered. But I think, yes, potentially Order 1920 could fall within the covered regulations.
So we're talking about some of the first stability provided in regional planning at risk of being on the chopping block for here. How about Order 1977, also approved last year, which established a rule for FERC's backstop siting authority, and that enables FERC to issue permits for transmission in the national interest electric transmission corridors established by DOE. That too would be on the chopping block?
So again, noting that we are still reviewing what the executive order and what might be covered, there is the potential that that could be covered. The executive order also does include a potential exception for permitting regimes authorized by statute, which may be applicable to either or both of those examples.
And I would imagine that would also apply to Order 2023, which requires all public utilities to set deadlines for interconnection studies as well, correct?
With the same answer that we are continuing to review, but potentially yes.
I do want to impress upon the point that these rules and regulations, historically FERC has operated with a lot of bipartisan consensus, and I am quite concerned about any potential partisan or political imposition on rules that really govern the stability of the U.S. national grid. And particularly in an environment of increasing climate change and increased load on our grid, we need to protect the reliability of our grid.
The gentlelady's time has expired, and the chair now recognizes the chair of the full committee, the gentleman from Kentucky, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thanks. I appreciate you all for being here. And I agree with my colleague from New York who just spoke before me, is when we talk about the demand for energy because of AI technologies that are coming, and I mean, one answer is they don't come, but if we don't come, they're going to go somewhere, they're going to go to China. So that's not an option. But if they come on and demand energy, it competes with energy that's available for the people in their homes and seniors in their homes and things. So we have to expand our energy resources. So Dr. Goff, does the Department of Energy, do you recognize this unprecedented, demand since, as I said in my opening statement, since probably the 1930s, demand just to have it, this unprecedented demand, historic demand, does the Department of Energy, they recognize this urgency of this and what it takes to expand our grid?
Yes, we definitely recognize the urgency of this. And that's why the Secretary has really focused on, again, needing energy addition as opposed to subtraction. We need to make sure that we can get all the energy sources available onto the grid as efficiently as we can. So there is that major focus on how do we move forward on that.
So would you see congressional clarification on DOE's role to spotlight what inhibits energy expansion and critical resources or regulations useful? You say that again?
Yeah. Do you mind repeating that again?
Yeah, so would you see congressional clarification on DOE's role? What do you want from Congress? I guess I'll make it simple. To help you with this expansion in terms of regulations and clarification of what we need to do for you.
I think just continue recognizing the urgency of it as we're moving forward. Again, try to set up various programs to incentivize the deployment of new capacity. Looking at, again, how we can look at streamlining reform, permitting reform, how we can make sure that we continue to move forward on the innovation technology work that we're doing to, again, help enable these new technologies. The continued support for those type actions, I think, are very critical as we move forward.
Because the thing is, I guess that just what I see, the demand, as I said, we have Mr. Schmidt here. I've had Bill Gates say that a Microsoft data center can consume as much power as the city of Seattle. So if you build a Microsoft data center next to the city of Seattle, you have to double the power. It's essentially what they're saying. And so if you don't double the power, it competes with people living in those areas. And so I just want to make sure we all, I think we do here on our side of the dais, we're going to figure out how to work together on some maybe differences in getting there, but I think we're absolutely united in beating China. And so, flipping over to Mr. Mornoff, does FERC recognize this growth in demand, and what are you guys doing to get ready for? I mean, I guess one of the point is, it's not the next 10 years, it's the next 3 to 5 years is where we absolutely have to have increased demand. And so just keeping power from coming offline and then putting new power online, that's quick to do, and it has to be all the above. That's why I think we can find some common ground, because it has to be all the above to get it to make it work, to get what we need. And so, Mr. Mornoff, is FERC positioned for this and ready to?
Chairman, thank you. Yes, I think FERC is intending and already using all of our authorities that we can that may be relevant to that set of issues. I think that goes to the issues with respect to ensuring expeditious interconnection of needed resources. That also goes to addressing what may be retirements that would cause reliability issues. And I think more broadly, some of the FERC structures that send market signals with respect to resources that may be needed in trying to attract new entry are of particular interest to Chairman Christie, and that's why he has called for a technical conference in early June to address that very issue.
All right, thanks. So I got a minute left. I should ask at the beginning of the 5 minutes, just this being my question. So around the panel, let me dive in, Mr. Turpin. I'll do that. What, if knowing the energy demand we need in the next 3 to 5 years, what concerns you the most? What do you need the most to meet the demand?
So for my role at the commission, it's reviewing what I understand from industry to be an enormous amount of pipeline work coming our way, and so having the talented and expertise staff to do that is what concerns me the most.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mornoff.
I would echo Mr. Turpin's answer. I think we are doing a lot, and we need to preserve the staff in order to be able to continue those efforts.
Do you have the statutory authority to, what concerns you about, if you had the staff in place that prevents pipelines from being built? Is there something you would like to see? Or I guess we can go to Dr. I guess Mr. Turpin on the pipeline. Well, I'm about out of time, but what I'd like for you to answer is what are your big concerns? I know we need the right staff, and that's a fair point, but we also need, what limits can Congress do besides providing you more staff, money for more staff, what do we need to fix so you can get things done? Thanks, I appreciate it. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts 4th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in continuation of the chairman of the full committee's remarks on a bipartisan path forward for energy deployment that outcompetes China, that secures reliable, low-cost energy for the grid and for consumers, I want to focus on nuclear deployment, which really should be an area of bipartisan momentum. It's clean, it's reliable, it's safe, but we're not very good at building it in this country, and we got to get a lot better, a lot faster. Dr. Goff, this administration actually has professed to agree with that statement, But President Trump and DOGE's approach to efficiency is threatening lower cost energy through nuclear, and particularly with their approach to the Loan Programs Office. And the chairman had mentioned that we need staffing to accommodate this. Well, the LPO is facing, according to the Washington Examiner, a 60% reduction to its workforce. These are very technically skilled financial and programmatic analysts who help make loans that have basically crowded in every single nuclear deployment that we've had in this country in the last 25 years. And I've got here a letter from really the public policy, finance, and industrial leaders across the landscape of American nuclear power saying that's a really bad idea, to summarize, and I'm happy to introduce it to the record. So what is the current staffing?
I'm sorry, Jim, you say you want that in the record?
Yes, please.
Okay, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. So Dr. Goff, what's the current status of staffing at Loan Programs Office? And how does the administration plan to ensure that LPO has sufficient resources to continue its work in advancing nuclear power in the United States?
Thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much for the support for nuclear as well. It's something I share very much with you. With respect to the Loan Program Office, I do not have current staffing numbers, after the deferred resignation program. But I should note, the administration is very committed to moving forward on nuclear. In fact,
Dr. Goff, it's not committed to moving forward on nuclear. You can say one thing, but if you fire all the people who have been responsible for mobilizing nuclear power over the last 25 years, you're not committed. So when can we get answers about what the current staffing levels is and how this affects our ability to deploy nuclear?
with respect to the Loan Program Office, the one thing that I will point out that's occurring currently, the current administration has moved forward on the third payment for the Palisades restart. So the Loan Program Office is continuing to function and execute on the loans related to nuclear.
That's executing on already due diligenced work. I'm talking about new work. If we've got to build 5 Hoover dams worth of nuclear power by 2030, which I think we do, small, modular, micro, large, I'll let the markets and the experts decide. But if we got to build a lot, 10 gigawatts by 2030, we need to make new loans for construction financing. Is the LPO equipped right now, after being massacred by DOGE, to do that?
As far as I'm aware, yes, they are able to continue moving forward on
But you just said you don't have numbers about their staffing.
Because we're committed to making sure that we do have the staffing to move forward and execute the programs that we have ongoing. And
I know
with
that you're
respect
committed.
to nuclear,
Here's my challenge, and this is going back to the points we keep on making. I'm hearing the right words, right? I hear the right words from the administration on nuclear. I'm hearing the right words from you, but the words and the actions are in real tension with one another. And you're telling me I don't know the status of the LPO, but I am committed to using the LPO to deploy more nuclear. Both things can't be true. If you're committed, then you have to have answers about where do we stand with the LPO, and what are you going to do to make sure that the LPO has the workforce and the resources necessary?
we are going to make sure that LPO has the workforce necessary to move forward. And
So will
again,
you disagree with DOGE publicly if you decide that you need more people than DOGE has decided that they need? The people at DOGE who have zero expertise in nuclear power? I mean, will you publicly disagree with them?
we will make sure that we have the expertise to move forward on those missions. And we have continued with LPO to execute on those missions. Additionally, in the nuclear space, we have moved forward on the solicitation for the Gen 3 Plus SMRs proposal. That went out a little over a month ago, and solicitations were due on that. We're continuing to execute on activities to move forward on accelerate the deployment of nuclear.
You may be moving forward. We don't know how effective the execution has been then. When can we expect answers from you, Dr. Goff, about the current status of LPO and how that task organization meets to its mandate?
We can work to get back with you answers on that.
But when?
Well, the deferred resignation program still is ongoing right now to some extent, but we could probably, in the very near, we'll get back with you expeditiously.
Expeditiously. I'll yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York's 23rd District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mornoff, at our recent hearing with grid operators, we heard about the impact state policies are having on reliability of the bulk power systems. This concern is shared by NERC, who has cited state policies as a reason for a growing reliability crisis. Has FERC seen evidence that increasing reliance on intermittent resources as mandated by a state's own policy targets can lead to capacity shortfalls or stress conditions in that particular state or across an entire region?
Thank you, Congressman. I think there are many factors that go into why we are seeing the increased reliance on a variety of intermittent resources. I think it's very important for FERC to respect the policies adopted by states pursuant to authority reserved to the states, and also to ensure that we are meeting our statutory responsibilities.
Well, we have certainly seen these problems in real time in my own state of New York, leading to widespread affordability and reliability concerns. And it is time and again one of the top concerns of my constituents as they look ahead to what is in store for them in a state that is zealously trying to end the perfectly good use of reliable natural gas in our state. In just continuing on that, has FERC expressed any concerns or signals regarding current state-level decisions, based on the reliability?
Thank you, Congressman. FERC feels, as I said, it is very important to respect the state policies. We also need to ensure that our authorities with respect to just and reasonable rates, as well as a reliable bulk power system, are also maintained.
Okay, thank you. And turning to the Department of Energy here, Undersecretary Goff, is the DOE engaging at all with the states to, at the very least, encourage a balance between decarbonization goals and maintaining dispatchable bulk power resources?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, we are engaging with the states at a number of different levels. We work with a lot of the different state organizations like the National Association of Governors, legislators, the Public Utility Commissions. One in particular is with NASIO as well, with the National Association of State Energy Officials, which we have a lot of collaborations with them, especially, again, I'll fall back on my nuclear background, in the nuclear space. Our Gateway for Accelerated Innovation in Nuclear, or GAIN, is actually working significantly with NASIO. And in fact, NASIO is now standing up a committee that New York is one of the co-chairs on that, to look at how they can accelerate deployment of reliable energy technologies like nuclear. So we are working through different case studies with different states to see, again, how we can help an analysis to look at how you can deploy these technologies in an accelerated manner.
Now, in cases where state actions have caused or contributed to near-miss reliability events, in such cases as a major weather event, what has the DOE learned, and how is it addressing those lessons as it's planning and giving its guidance to states?
Yeah, the Department of Energy, but also FERC, has done a lot of those lessons learned on different type of events. Some of our national labs, and I think Lawrence Berkeley Livermore put out a study in December looking at, again, what kind of things we need to do to change the grid to make sure that we are more reliable. So providing those lessons learned out, but also, again, relying on our colleagues from FERC on a lot of studies they are doing to look at, again, how can we improve the overall reliability of the grid.
Okay. Thank you, Undersecretary, and thank you to all the witnesses for being here today. We've seen New York, California, and many other of the Democratic-run states pursue policy choices that are directly contributing to the reliability and affordability crunch our nation finds itself in today. And I appreciate that the witnesses have said because I think it helps demonstrate the gaps in the accountability that currently exists for these policy choices that frankly affect residents beyond a single state or locality, and they have consequences for Americans across entire regions and across the entire country. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas's 7th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Latta, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and for your testimony. I think it's been very helpful for all of us. And as we're conducting this hearing on assuring abundant, reliable American energy to power innovation, I, of course, am proud to represent Houston, the energy capital of the world, where we know something about that. And in Texas, of course, in 2023, we generated more electricity and produced more oil and natural gas than any other state. Texas also led the United States in wind power generation, and it was second in solar generation and battery storage capacity. So these are issues that matter to people in my district and across our state. And certainly we're positioned a little bit differently than my colleagues up here because of ERCOT and because of our own grid system. But I think that these issues about reliability are front and center on the minds of Texans Texans and Houstonians as we face extreme weather events, and as we see the real challenges coming from the data centers. I know we've heard this from some of my colleagues have talked about a lot of these issues. And I guess I'm just a little bit disappointed that some of the bills that we're discussing today are designed to limit certain generation technologies and keep from connecting them to the grid. For weeks, we've been hearing from experts across the ideological spectrum, and I think we've heard consistently again today that the U.S. needs more, not less, energy coming online from various sources. And we also can't have this hearing without thinking about the greater context in which it's happening. I know some of my colleagues have raised issues with the tariffs that the Trump administration is implementing and the impacts that's having on our economy, on investments, on the investment environment. Also, as we see the efforts really to gut some of the investments that we worked on in the last 2 Congresses to spur energy investment, we have to take that into consideration. So I appreciate that we're having the hearing. These issues are hugely important. But I think there's bipartisan support for the kinds of things we're talking about. We've been talking about them for a long time. But we can't move forward in doing this policy without coming together and addressing some of the real challenges that we're seeing in this administration. Oh my gosh, I've taken a lot of my time already. So Mr. Goff, I'm gonna start with you. In February, Jonathan Black from DOE's Office of Inspector General testified before the Subcommittee on Oversight here on E&C about the risks associated with conflicts of interest with the DOE's loan program and in the loan program's office. And in response to my questions for the record about Elon Musk's clear and obvious conflicts of interest, he confirmed that unmitigated conflicts can impair objectivity and give particular parties an unfair competitive edge. Now, reporting confirms that Musk's DOGE team has developed a list of energy projects funded by the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law that we passed in 2 Congresses ago that they're planning to cut. And these projects are disproportionately located in Democratic-leaning states. When we wrote and passed the IRA and the bipartisan infrastructure law, we weren't thinking about red states versus blue states. You heard President Biden say that again and again. We were focused on investment and innovation and abundant energy and reliable energy for all Americans. And so I know that you're not responsible for that, and I know that you're not responsible for the actions of the political leadership in the administration. But as you're here discussing the importance of increasing our energy supply, I just feel I have to ask you to explain to us how will canceling these ongoing projects help accomplish DOE's mission to innovation and success, or will it? I mean, can it help advance that mission if we cut these projects?
I should note, I'm not aware of any cancellation of those projects. I mean, right now the department is doing an agency-wide review of all the various programs to look at it, and assess them, make sure that they're, consistent with the law, consistent with court rulings, consistent with our mission to move forward on affordable, reliable, and secure energy. So I'm not aware of any, blanket cancellations like that at this point in time.
Well, I think there are reports that the DOGE group, as opposed to the department, is identifying those projects. And certainly, we have a lot of concerns here about the potential conflicts of interest and other things. So I hope that we can continue to have an ongoing dialogue about those. I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to have to submit my questions for y'all for the record, and I'm sorry, but I've got 18 seconds left. And I just want to raise this. I don't think I missed it, but as I'm sure you're aware, DOE has lost 3,500 civil servants because of DOGE's efforts. And that's leaving a lot of divisions like the Office of Clean Energy Deployment with a tiny fraction of staff. Now, we're excited about the programs we authorize, like the hydrogen hubs. Does DOE have the staff to implement these huge new programs with these staffing cuts?
Well, if the general lady's time has expired, so if you want to submit that in writing.
I can submit that for the record, and I thank you very much. Thank all of you for your time, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. General lady's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the general lady from North Dakota for 5 minutes for questions.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate your time. I'm sure you're excited to almost be done. So as we look at the challenges that our country is facing right now, it feels to me like we have 3 big competing needs They're not mutually exclusive, but I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on ranking them. There's this desire to and need to meet the power demand of the citizens in America today. There's the need to meet the demand for AI. And there's the goal to transform our power supply into carbon-free resources. Those are competing interests. They're not mutually exclusive, but how would you, I don't think you can meet them all at once. Personally, 12 years as a utility regulator, including time as president of the National Association, studied these a lot. I personally don't think you can meet all of those at the same time. How would you rank them? Let's start with you, Terry.
Well, for my relatively narrow role at the commission, what I have heard sitting at the commission meetings every month is that is an enormous balance to try to navigate those, and I think that's what the commission's working on. But beyond that, I don't have an informed opinion.
Okay. Dave?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I think it is crucial to be achieving reliability and affordability first and foremost. I think we can be making progress with respect to a variety of electric generation types as we're doing that, but I think those goals must be fundamental.
Okay, and meeting the AI demand? How would you rank that?
I intended to include that within the broader scope
Of the reliability.
ensuring reliability and affordability for that demand as well.
Okay. Mr. Goff?
Yeah, I agree with that. We do need to focus on all of them to a large extent. We do need to move, but they are challenging. We do want to make sure that the American people do have affordable, reliable, and secure electricity. But I'll lump in with the American people. You know, AI and all is critical for our economy and the American people as well, and for our national security. We want to make sure that we have those capabilities onshore in the U.S. So they're all very critical, and that's why we do have a major focus on, again, energy addition as opposed to subtraction. We've got to make sure that we move forward on all the energy technologies to make sure that we can try to meet all of those different goals there.
Okay. When it comes to public policy, including incentives and penalties, they have a huge impact, would you agree, because they direct action and investment, where the dollars go. In my opinion, it's vital right now to align our incentives towards the things we need the most on the grid. Mr. Goff, and go down the line, what do you think are the most vital things we need on the grid right now, and how do we align our incentives to get those, to draw those things forward?
We need to keep existing capacity on the grid as much as we can, and then again, be able to accelerate deployment of new capacity, again, of all energy.
Capacity.
Capacity, yes.
You mean that term, not energy, right? Capacity?
Excuse me, what?
You mean capacity,
Yes.
not energy.
No, excuse me, new energy, if you want, yeah.
Okay,
We have new
there's a
en-
big difference. I was hoping you were
as far
saying
as
capacity.
factor. We need the addition of new energy, new generation capabilities on the grid. We can look at what the capacity factors are and all like that, but we need the addition. So we need the policies that will incentivize both of those, making sure we can keep existing assets running, but also accelerate either through, incentives or permitting reform as well to be able to move forward on deployment of new generating capacity on the.
Great. All right, Dave, how about you? Same thing?
Thank you. The point that I would add is to say that I think it's important that FERC right now is looking at whether structures that we had developed in what frankly is a different type of environment, and particularly with respect to the great increase in demand, are still serving their purposes towards those crucial goals. And I think that with respect to looking at those resource adequacy and capacity constructs, it's important to be considering whether further changes may be warranted.
Okay, very good. Just in my remaining 30 seconds, I just want to make a comment. As it relates to the need for new transmission, I would make a plug and extend my arm across to my Democrat friends as it relates to permitting reform and building new transmission. We also desperately need new pipeline infrastructure. So, and that is to help support the deployment of renewables. If that's your goal, we have to have more gas to back that up. And so we could make a lot of progress there if the focus isn't only on power lines, but if it's combined, power lines and pipelines together, that's the bipartisan way that we're going to get this done. But you can't exclude one and one. You can't have one without the other. It has to be both, both for reliability and for politically just being able to get it done. So I hope to work with my colleagues to that end. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired, and the chair now recognizes the vice chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Texas, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Goff, I'm going to come to you. I know you haven't gotten enough questions yet today. My district along the Texas Gulf Coast is the home to some of the largest refineries in the United States. In fact, the 3 largest refineries in the U.S. are located in my district, and they boast a combined nameplate capacity of 1,866,024 barrels a day. As a side note, the Keystone Pipeline would have come into my district in Port Arthur, Texas, and it carries 833,000 barrels a day. So we could have increased the capacity coming out of Southeast Texas. What would that be? 1/3, 1/2, or whatever it is. It's a bunch. So I just want you to know what kind of district I'm from. I cannot tell you first how important it is, first in that not only for Texas, but for U.S. global energy dominance. What we do is extremely important. You know what they say, you can always tell a Texan, you just can't tell him much. So we're going to brag on Texas, but can you speak to how a study, such as the one directed by the Refiner Act, and I'm sorry I got here late, I was actually in another energy, I'm chair of the Subcommittee on Energy and Science, Space, and Technology, speak to how the Refiner Act may benefit the United States' energy security and dominance.
Yes, as I mentioned probably on one other question, and again, thank you for your question and your comments on Texas and all as well, but I'm a research and development guy. As far as the Refiner Act, tasking the National Petroleum Council to look at the vulnerabilities that we have with respect to refining is pretty critical, because we do, as we acknowledge in my testimony, our assets are aging assets out there. And petroleum, for both an energy source but also for commodities, is still very critical for our energy and our economics and our energy security. So,
and would you add trade around the world to that as well?
Oh, yes, around the world as well, yes. So I think having those studies done to really truly identify what vulnerabilities do we have and how we need to address them is an important thing to do, to look at what the future is and what actions we need to be taking from the Department of Energy or the U.S. government as a whole, because that report would go to Congress and to the Secretary of Energy. That type of analytics is very important as we look at our energy future.
Thank you for that. I'm going to stay with you for a minute. H.R. 1949 will unleash American LNG to our allies across the world. In my Gulf Coast district of Texas, I start at the Louisiana border, that other foreign country, and I come down the curve of the Gulf Coast of Texas, 4 counties. We have 3 LNG plants, and a 4th LNG is just across the Louisiana border. We have the Sabine Nations Navigation District, which actually helps Cheniere Energy move their ships out. So in essence, we have one Texas company that's helping 4 LNG plants, and we've got 2 more on the board on the drawing board right now. So we know that the export of LNG is in the public interest. It's in the public interest to have billions of dollars to flow into communities like Port Arthur, Texas, or Freeport, Texas. We go from stem to stern all the way from the southern half of the district of the Louisiana line. It is in the public interest for countries around the world, especially our allies, to purchase LNG from us. So do you believe that exporting LNG is in the public interest? It's a simple question.
Yes.
What's the holdback?
Well, I will say right now the administration has released the freeze on looking at expansion and type activities. The department plays a role, major role with FERC on that, doing analysis to look at the good of the country. We have approved 4 of those actions already, so we are in the department moving forward.
Let's keep them rolling. I appreciate that. I'm going to I came in late. I got to see the Congressman from New York, Congressman Tonko, talk about Winter Storm Uri in 2021, which, you know, I live about 30 miles north of Galveston. I've never seen Galveston Beach be 18 degrees. It was that February of 2021. But he also made a comment. He said, you know, they had a bunch of energy on board, but it didn't really help those plants. Well, look, it takes a lot more than just the source of energy to run a plant. You got to have transmission. You got to be able to move the products like having a car. You can have a full tank of gas, but if your belts are off the car, the motor's not going to go. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania's 13th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Latta and Ranking Member Castor, for holding this important hearing, and to our panel for testifying. The legislation that is under review today represents a strong slate of common sense improvements to federal regulations in the energy sector. Because of the wealth of natural resources in the U.S., we are well positioned not just to deliver reliable and affordable power to the American people, but to the world. After years of predictable energy demand, technological advances in manufacturing and an increase of use of AI are leading to a surge in the need for electric power. By the end of the decade, the data centers necessary for this AI could consume almost 10% of all electricity in the U.S. In Pennsylvania, we have the necessary natural gas reserves to meet this increased demand. We also have the resources available to beat China in the AI race, to provide abundant power, both for the consumers and for the industry that continues to expand. And this will unleash incredible economic growth. However, in order to recognize and realize this opportunity, we need to ensure that federal regulation doesn't stand in the way of efficient construction of the infrastructure and the new generation that is needed to meet this demand. 2 pieces of legislation under consideration today, the Unlocking Domestic LNG Potential Act and the Improving Interagency Coordination for Review of Natural Gas Pipelines Act, would help to streamline the regulatory process for project sponsors seeking to build the natural gas infrastructure. Mr. Turpin, under both pieces of legislation, FERC's role as the lead reviewing and permitting agency is strengthened. Can you discuss some of the processes that FERC has implemented within its current statutory authority to approve this infrastructure in a timely manner?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Since the Congress changed the Natural Gas Act in 2005 through the Energy Policy Act, the Commission's been the lead agency for the NEPA review and for coordinating federal authorizations. One of the things we've learned in that period is that the single best thing, the 2 best things you can have are that early outreach and engagement to all of the permitting entities that are going to be involved, as well as a committed project sponsor who's trying to get all the information needed before those agencies.
Would you agree, Mr. Turpin, that making it explicit in the statute that FERC assumes the lead role in authorizing these infrastructure projects both improves certainty for the project sponsors that you just mentioned, as well as proactively avoids delays that might arise due to process discrepancies between different agencies?
Yes, that's been my experience over the last 15 years.
I think that you recognize that ample energy resources are the key to the future of success, both economically and for a stable energy market. We have an advantage over our global competitors. This legislation that we are considering today will allow us to leverage this advantage to the benefit of my constituents, and even more than that, for all Americans. And I look forward to advancing these important bills through this committee. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and the chair, not seeing any other members here wishing to ask this panel of witnesses any questions, that will conclude this panel, and we greatly appreciate you coming in, and we'll pause briefly to begin the second panel of witnesses. But thank you very much for your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The Subcommittee on Energy will now come to order. And once again, the chair wants to thank our witnesses for appearing and testifying before us today. And as each witness will have an opportunity to give an opening statement, followed by a round of questions from our members. And just once again, quick housekeeping, if you pull the mic as close to you as possible. And the lights, you will see you have 4 minutes when they're green, 1 minute yellow, and red is when you're out of time. So for our witnesses who are appearing on our second panel today, the Honorable Jim Matheson, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, and also an alumni of this committee. So welcome back to our committee. We greatly appreciate seeing you here today. Ms. Amy Andryshak, the President and Chief Executive Officer at the Interstate Natural Gas Association of America. Ms. Kim Samasniak, did I get that right? Samasniak? who is a partner at Roselle LLP, and Mr. Todd Schnitzler, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer at the Electric Power Supply Association. So again, we appreciate you all being with us today, and at this time, I will recognize the Honorable Jim Matheson for 5 minutes for your opening statement. And again, thanks for being with us today.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to thank Ranking Member Castor, and I'm going to make all the members of the subcommittee for the opportunity to testify today. As the CEO of the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, and you'll hear me refer to that by the letters NRECA at times, I have the privilege of representing nearly 900 not-for-profit electric cooperatives across the country, and they are owned and governed by the people that they serve. Across the country, we know electric demand is surging. It's driven by a number of things: growing communities, electrification of the economy, power-hungry data centers, and new manufacturing plants. And according to the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, electric demand growth is the highest it's been in over 2 decades. And over the next 10 years, peak power needs are expected to rise by over 18%. And there seems like there's a new data center being announced every day. That's going to drive that number higher. And at the same time, critical, always available generation is being retired faster than it can be reliably replaced. As stated in the committee memo for this hearing, over 115,000 megawatts of baseload coal, natural gas, and nuclear capacity are slated for retirement over the next decade. So let's be clear, our nation really is at this interesting energy crossroads. Demand's growing and supply isn't keeping up. And the electric grid's reliability is what's hanging in the balance. Your leadership in our nation's energy policy is as critical as it's ever been. And as you consider legislation that is going to affect the electric sector, I urge you to keep 3 key things in mind. First, electric reliability really is non-negotiable. A resilient, reliable, and affordable electric grid is the mission of every electric cooperative, but it's also the cornerstone of our nation's economy and energy security. A diverse energy portfolio, but one that is anchored by always available power generation, is essential to this commitment and critical to meet skyrocketing electricity demand. Second, critical generation resources are being retired faster than they can be reliably replaced, and that threatens reliability. Now, among the biggest drivers of this is the power plant rule that the EPA finalized last year. This rule targeting coal and natural gas power plants is going to reduce available electricity at the same time demand is rising. Even hydroelectric power, a reliable and abundant source of carbon-free, affordable energy, is under attack. As I testified to this committee last year, the Biden administration agreement negotiated without any electricity provider in the room. It aims to breach the 4 lower Snake River hydroelectric dams in the Pacific Northwest, which provide 3,000 megawatts of power, and it underpins electric reliability of the entire region. So Congress should support the efforts to repeal the power plant rule and withdraw from the lower Snake River Dam agreement. These 2 actions I just mentioned were, in my opinion, acted upon without any legitimate consideration about the impacts of those actions on electric reliability. Someone or some agency needs to assume the role of advocating for reliability and performing as a watchdog that evaluates various federal actions like these and how they affect reliability. So NRECA appreciates the committee's work on the draft Reliable Power Act, which would be an important step toward addressing this concern and providing accountability for agency actions that could negatively affect grid reliability. And the third item, new, reliable, always available generation needs to quickly come online to meet skyrocketing electricity demand. Congress has got to improve and modernize outdated and, quite frankly, dysfunctional permitting process for all types of projects, with an eye towards the scale and scope of what's going to be required to meet this challenge. And Congress should continue to support key programs and resources electric cooperatives use to build and maintain infrastructure and invest in that infrastructure to keep costs affordable for our consumer members. Amid retirements of reliable generation, we also appreciate the committee's consideration of ways to expedite the interconnection of new, dispatchable, always available generation, such as the Grid Power Act. Look, providing reliable, affordable, and safe electricity, that's the shared commitment of all the members of NRECA. Electric cooperatives are looking forward to working with this committee and others in Congress as you advance legislation to help us fulfill this mission. Thanks again for the opportunity. I look forward to answering your questions.
Well, thank you very much. And Ms. Andrushiak, you are recognized for 5 minutes. Am I saying your name correctly?
It's Andrzak.
You're close.
Andrzejak, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Either way, long in Polish. So Chairman Latta, Vice Chairman Weber, Ranking Member Castor, and members of the subcommittee, I'm Amy Andrzejak. I serve as the President and CEO of the Interstate Natural Gas Association of America, also known as INGA. And it's a trade association representing North American interstate natural gas transmission pipeline and storage companies. U.S. electricity demand is projected to continue growing due to increased electrification and expansion of AI and data centers. Estimates vary for exactly how many additional gigawatts of power generation capacity will be needed. However, the US EIA projected that by 2050, electricity net generation will rise by more than 45%. In addition to its other uses, natural gas is the largest electricity fuel source, currently providing 43% of the electricity generated in this country. Demand for gas is continued to grow, and we're going to need more pipeline infrastructure to meet that demand. Current estimates show an additional 3.3 to 6 BCF a day of additional pipeline capacity will be needed by 2030. We need to build more pipelines to meet the demand, but the status quo regulatory regime will not get us there. We appreciate the committee's efforts to provide reliable, adequate baseload power and necessary infrastructure to meet these growing demands. INGA supports, and I am prepared to discuss 5 of the bills being considered today. INGA's perspective on the proposals is included in my written testimony. While the legislation before the committee represents an important step towards addressing the United States energy infrastructure problems, we need additional action. Congress should also enact comprehensive statutory durable reforms to the Clean Water Act, the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, and judicial review of federal permits. The permitting system poses a particular challenge to interstate natural gas pipelines, which span multiple states since they must obtain approvals from numerous federal and state agencies. The onerous, often duplicative review of natural gas pipelines and the inevitable litigation relating to permits often make projects unviable. My written testimony details 5 projects that met this exact fate. To address these issues, we call on Congress to enact the following changes. First, restore NEPA to its intended role as a tool for analysis. Despite Congress's clear intent to dictate procedure and not outcomes, NEPA frequently creates unnecessary delay and litigation risk, which ultimately leads to the cancellation of projects. Second, establish reasonable guardrails against misuse of Clean Water Act Section 401. The cooperative federalism framework created by Clean Water Act 401 works well in most states, but some states have misused Section 401 to frustrate, suspend, or outright veto critical energy infrastructure projects, especially interstate natural gas pipelines. Reform should be made to Clean Water Act reviews to protect against the misuse of water quality certifications. Third, promote certainty and durability in the Army Corps' nationwide permit program. Section 404 of the Clean Water Act prohibits the discharge of dredged or fill material into waters of the United States without authorization from the Army Corps. Opponents of natural gas infrastructure have targeted the nationwide permits as a means of blocking natural gas pipeline projects. There are statutory changes which could be made to help protect the nationwide permits and promote certainty. Finally, decrease litigation risk. Many of the recommendations highlighted in my testimony would provide clarity on the scope of judicial review for federal permits and reduce litigation risk. Congress can further reduce or mitigate this risk by requiring clear and convincing evidence to support an agency's denial of a permit for any interstate gas pipeline or LNG export facility, as well as establishing a timeline for agency action following a federal court's remand or vacatur. INGA stands ready to work in a bipartisan manner to enact comprehensive permitting reform provisions, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify before the subcommittee today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. And Ms. Samazniak, you are recognized. Am I saying that correctly? Thank you. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Very good, thank you. Esteemed members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on this critical topic. My name is Kim Smazniak. I'm a partner of the newly formed boutique energy law Roselle, but I'm here in my personal capacity, not on behalf of my firm or any client. Prior to founding Roselle, I served as special counsel in the Office of General Counsel of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, where I worked on, among other issues, FERC's reforms of the interconnection process. And I'm going to start there with the critical importance of the interconnection process to reliable, abundant, and I would emphasize affordable energy. At a time where we face tremendous growth for demand for electricity, we need all the generation and storage we can to move through the interconnection queue to deployment. But our interconnection queues are clogged. A project built in 2008 spent on average 2 years to get through the queue, but by 2015 that rose to 3 years. And now by 2023, the project lingered in the queue for 5 years. It doesn't take an engineer to tell you that math doesn't add up. We can't afford to wait half a decade for the electric infrastructure to power data centers, manufacturing plants, and electrification. Now, FERC took an important step forward to fix the queues with Order Number 2023. I am proud of my role in supporting that work and believe it will speed up the interconnection process. But it is not enough. To meet the moment, we need further innovation. I applaud PJM, the grid operator serving 13 Mid-Atlantic states in the District of Columbia, for recently announcing it will use AI tools to streamline its interconnection process. At the same time, we need these kind of streamlining tools to get deployed sooner, and not only after facing years of crisis. FERC must do more through its power to convene the industry, and ultimately through rulemaking, as the Expediting Generator Interconnection Procedures Act of 2025 would require. But it would be a terrible mistake to only fix the interconnection process for certain types of generators, rather than advance broad-based solutions that benefit all commercially viable projects seeking to interconnect. A technology-neutral and fuel-neutral interconnection process is the foundation to the competition and innovation that keeps energy abundant, reliable, and affordable. If we put the federal government in the position of picking winners and losers, we threaten all three. I am particularly concerned by the approach offered by the Grid Power Act to move dispatchable generation only to the front of the interconnection queue. It is unnecessary, may well exacerbate reliability concerns, and puts energy affordability at risk. First, FERC already has the power to approve changes to the interconnection process that would prioritize some generators over others, but it must do so subject to the constraints of the Federal Power Act, which means the discriminatory treatment of other projects in the queue must be justified. The Grid Power Act lowers the bar for such discriminatory treatment. Second, moving generators to the front of the line that cannot be built quickly because of supply constraints will not improve reliability. According to reports by some of the nation's largest independent power producers, gas turbines and other equipment face constraints that will impact the ability to deploy new gas plants prior to 2030. But even if these resources could be constructed more quickly than projected, more dispatchable resources are not a one-size-fits-all solution to threats to grid reliability. Diverse and region-specific solutions are needed. Third, this approach undercuts energy affordability. We need an abundance of projects to efficiently move through the interconnection queue, not just a subset. But by picking the winners, we also make all the other projects in the queue losers. These projects face additional costs and uncertainty, especially if the dispatchable resources linger long in the queue. And then those costs are ultimately passed on to the energy bills of American families and businesses. I'll stop there, and I look forward to questions.
And thank you very much for your testimony. Mrs. Titcheler, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Ranking Member Castor. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the subcommittee this afternoon. My name is Todd Snitchler, and I'm the President and CEO of the Electric Power Supply Association, or EPSA. EPSA is the national trade association that represents America's competitive power suppliers that compete every day in regions of the country that operate competitive wholesale power markets. I'd like to note that my testimony represents the position of EPSA, but not necessarily the views of any particular member of the organization. Our members own and operate approximately 175 gigawatts of generating assets, both dispatchable and intermittent, and storage resources, which account for roughly 20% of the nation's installed capacity. While our members own a variety of assets in different regions of the country, our members share a deep commitment to electric grid reliability. I'd like to highlight 4 aspects of my written testimony. First, as the subcommittee has discussed at several hearings now, we expect to see substantial increases in electricity demand in the coming years. That seems to be universally accepted. We have a good idea also of the underlying drivers of that electricity demand, including data centers and artificial intelligence. But when and how broadly that demand will show up becomes less clear as forecasts extend into the next decade. What we know for sure is that we will need more electricity and more power plants to produce that electricity. Second, competitive power markets remain the most efficient vehicle to meet reliability needs while protecting ratepayers from unnecessary or imprudent investment. As I outlined in my written testimony, competitive markets have proven to be the most efficient and transparent way to meet our nation's electricity needs at the lowest cost while fostering innovation and reducing emissions. However, competitive markets also serve as a vital protection for electricity customers from inefficient investment. If the variables underpinning expected electricity demand growth don't evolve as expected, competitive markets do not expose captive ratepayers to unavoidable charges. Markets put the risk for investment on investors like our members and not electricity customers, which helps to mitigate their costs. Third, several of the bills before the subcommittee today share a common thread of recognizing the importance of dispatchable resources. We don't see the possible solution as an either-or. EPSA's members believe in the both-and approach to solutions to achieve the optimal way to meet present and future electric demand. However, dispatchable resources, capacity that can respond to dispatch instruction and run between economic minimum and economic maximum, today play a particularly important role. Grid operators value resources that can ramp up and down quickly and whenever the weather is not conducive to electricity generation. Because these resources are so important, Congressman Balderson's GRID Act is appropriately targeted in an effort to provide flexibility and bring dispatchable resources online faster when system operators require it. As the connection queue process evolves in various regions, the need for dispatchable resources continues to grow, and the GRID Act appropriately creates the insurance policy that will prevent queue backlogs from adversely affecting reliability. As the subcommittee works through several bills assessing the appropriate quantity of certain capacity resources, we would urge members to be very specific about the definition of the resource that you are trying to incentivize or encourage. And while I'm on the subject of reliability, the 118th Congress, we endorsed legislation that would have, under certain circumstances, empowered the nation's Electric Reliability Organization to assess possible impacts of proposed federal rulemaking on grid reliability. In general, EPSA supports the concept of a process that would empower an expert in the electric grid to render an impartial assessment of potential adverse impacts of federal rules. Fourth, when members consider policies to encourage investment in the electric grid, the natural gas pipeline system must also be included. Power generators are now the largest customer of natural gas in the United States, and natural gas generation accounts for roughly 2/5 of the electricity produced in the country. We consider the natural gas supply network in many ways to be an extension of the bulk power system, and EPSA would urge members to remember that the reliability of the electric grid will largely depend on a robust natural gas supply network. EPSA and our members maintain a strong commitment to reliability, and we stand ready to help the nation meet its reliability goals in the growing electricity environment. And we appreciate the committee's focus on this critical issue, especially now. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony, and that will conclude our witnesses' opening statements, which will now bring us to our members' our questions to our panel. And I recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions, and I'm going to start with my standard question for everyone. Do we have to have more power or less power being produced in this country?
We need more.
We need more.
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 Thank you. And the other question that's always coming right behind it is always on the permitting question. And do we need to have permitting reform in this country?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Without question.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Mr. Snitcher, if I could start my other questions. The Electric Supply Chain Act, which I'm going to introduce, will leverage the Trump administration's work to secure our supply chains and ensure DOE remains at the forefront of emerging developments affecting the power sector. As I mentioned during the first panel, GE Vernova, a leading producer of natural gas turbines, continues taking orders for the 2028, a 3-year timeline that aligns with historical norms. Mr. Minister, how can DOE leverage industry expertise from companies such as those you represent as required by my legislation, and how can that better inform policy decisions to keep the lights on while fueling innovation?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I think at the fundamental level, we need to remember a couple of things. First of which is the supply chain issues that are trying to be addressed are systemic and are not unique to the restructured market portions of the country. They're true for our vertically integrated. The public power and the co-ops as well are facing many of the same issues. How we address that, however, is critically important because we want to make sure that we can deliver the appropriate amount of energy and capacity when it's needed. And I think we need to be careful about how we are approaching this for 2 reasons. One, right now we have a capacity shortfall, but we have energy to meet the needs of the system. So we need to be looking at how DOE can help identify technologies and opportunities that will allow us to meet the short-term time horizon of 1 to 5 years, let's call it, to keep the system reliable, while at the same time working with manufacturers and others to deliver the equipment that will be needed for the 5 to 10 to 15-year period where we will need both energy and capacity to power the system going forward. So I think our members are committed to try and address both the short and the medium and longer term opportunities that will exist. And I think DOE's ability to leverage the power of the national labs and other innovative technologies that can be deployed on the system, I think are fundamental to helping us get there in a reliable fashion that will allow us to both achieve the national security objectives we have, but really the system reliability concerns that this committee is here to talk about.
Oh, thank you very much. Mr. Matheson, we've been talking about baseload and dispatchable resources and the challenges that we're having on the federal and state policies that drive that reliable and affordable energy. In your opinion, are we meeting our needs for the future right now? Or can we meet, if you see what's happening out there today, can we meet the needs that we're going to have in the future when it comes to power?
There's no question we face a challenge because this, the last couple of decades, we haven't seen significant electric growth in this country, and now we are. And so we know it's right in front of us. And it's going to take some real effort to build the infrastructure to meet these needs. And when I say infrastructure, it's not just generation. As the first panel also did, we need to enhance our transmission system as well to better move electrons around the country. That increases reliability. There's going to have to be investment at the distribution level in terms of more substation infrastructure as well. So there's a significant investment needed in terms of meeting this new demand that we're facing. What we shouldn't do is dig ourselves in a deeper hole by shutting down already existing plants when they're still economically viable and we don't have reliable replacement. We need to take a portfolio approach. This is not an all or none thing. I thought Congressman Vesey did a good job in the first panel talking about that. There's a portfolio approach to how we should do this in terms of the type of resources that are going to contribute to reliability in this country, but this is an all-hands-on-deck situation in terms of the demand we're facing right now.
Well, thank you. And the pretty much same question, Ms. Andruszak. You cite in your testimony an EIA study that by 2050 electricity needs are going to rise by 45% in the country. Where we are today, do you think we can meet those needs?
No, I think we're going to need significantly more infrastructure of all types to be able to meet those needs. Obviously, my expertise is within pipelines, but we need all different fuel sources, and as has already been noted on this panel, we're going to need different ways to move those fuel sources around the country, both pipelines and power lines.
Well, thank you. Well, it's been mentioned not only in this panel, but in the last. I think it's, we were looking at not only needing to have more power in this country, but also on the permitting. We got to get this done because time is really of the essence. And so it's got to get done. And my time has expired, and I will now recognize the ranking member, the gentlelady from Florida, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Masniak, I so appreciated you starting off with emphasizing affordability, because when I talk to my neighbors back home, the cost of living is it's just knocking them backwards. And it looked like the economy was coming for a soft landing after we had been through this inflationary period. And now it's just, gosh, soft with tariffs, like these import taxes that are causing additional chaos and raising costs. And then the Trump administration freezes the important rebates for many neighbors to afford their electric bills, and even going after LIHEAP, that for working class people just afford their AC bills or their heating bills. But most consumers don't understand, okay, traffic jam at the interconnection queues is a big issue for them as well. Could you put it in context for the everyday American, why it is important to address these barriers to getting energy onto the grid?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think of my parents as the audience, who are the everyday American retirees struggling to pay their bills. And the simple answer is you need to be able to build very quickly and without an extra expense the supplies that you need. If you don't have the supplies, if you don't have enough eggs, they cost more. It's the same thing when you build generators. And we have a process that has layers of complexity because we haven't invested in transmission infrastructure. So that's fundamentally, we have a shortage in the ability to interconnect power plants very quickly and in a way that's clear what those costs will be. And that lack of clarity over the costs and that lack of access to the infrastructure makes it more expensive and take longer. And if you're a project developer, the longer that you have to wait in that line, the more expensive it is. You have a lot of costs to carry. So all of that contributes to the problem that we face. And as long as we're not able to build those resources, things are going to be more expensive at the other end.
So I've learned a little bit in Congress over time on energy, and that's why I put together the expediting generator interconnection bill that I hope we can move forward. How will that help smooth the addition of energy resources onto the grid?
Well, I think we need to continue to innovate in our interconnection queues. FERC did an important first step and looked at some of the best practices across the country. They're not enough given the moment that we're facing with growing energy demand, and so we need to do more. And so I believe this bill pushes on FERC to look at a number of innovative practices and ways to make the transmission process or the interconnection queue process more transparent. So it's clear what the cost will be, it's clear for developers where they should locate in order to avoid costly transmission upgrades, and then also just makes the process faster for all generators. And I think those are the kinds of solutions that we need in order to solve the problem.
Thank you. Mr. Matheson, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I so appreciate everything that our electric co-ops do to provide affordable and reliable energy. Co-ops need access to affordable financing, though, to maintain their electric distribution lines and other grid facilities. Democrats put in some funding to help modernize the grid through the GRIP initiative, and then through USDA as well, under New Era and PACE and BREAP programs. But unfortunately, the new administration came in and they froze so many of those dollars that go to help make life easier for co-ops and all of their customers. But now I understand that both departments, we heard testimony this morning, they're starting to unfreeze some of these dollars, but I hear that USDA is attaching conditions to funds that recipients are already entitled to. I mean, it's so important for everyone to adhere to their contracts, to keep their word. So tell me what's happening out there and what will happen if the feds do not keep their word through these contracts.
Appreciate you asking those questions, because these are really important programs to electric cooperatives. And let's start first with the infrastructure programs like GRIP, where hundreds of co-ops applied for these fundings. as a national association, we organize consortia for our smaller co-ops to bid together. We're managing 5 large consortia projects, and GRIP is in one area where we're doing that. I am pleased to say that after the initial announcement of freezing, those projects are moving forward, and they're important in terms of investment and resilience in the grid for electric cooperatives. Let's shift over to USDA now, where in the Inflation Reduction Act, the New Era and PACE programs are set up, and the New Era was specifically for electric cooperatives, roughly $9.7 billion for clean energy projects. There was a pause of 30 days where electric cooperatives were given opportunities to modify their proposals on a voluntary basis if they wanted to. That 30-day process is about to come to a close, but it was voluntary, and I'm pleased to note that Secretary Rollins indicated we're looking to move forward with these projects, and that's the premise upon which we're approaching this issue right now. Because those are important investments that people have made a decision for their own local communities back home. Since you mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act, I got to mention one more thing. It included elective pay, which gives access for both municipal utilities and electric cooperatives to have access to the tax incentives that promote investment for for-profit companies. That's very important for us as well.
I agree. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio's 12th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. Let's start with Mr. Snitchler first. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, from the great Buckeye State. According to the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, at the end of 2023, almost 2,600 gigawatts of generation projects were sitting in the interconnection queues nationally. That is more than double the existing generation currently on the grid. Recently, the median wait time for projects to move through interconnection queues across the nation increased to 5 years, delaying critical projects from being built and connected to the grid. Chairman Snitchler, I greatly appreciate EPSA's support for my Grid Power Act, which is being considered today. In your testimony, you note this bill requires grid operators and transmission providers to provide a demonstration of need for the prioritization of certain generation projects that provide dispatchable power. The operators making a request must provide FERC with information on how the projects will improve grid reliability. Provide a process for public comment and stakeholder engagement before the proposal is submitted to FERC, and must provide regular reporting to FERC on the state of grid reliability and resiliency. Lastly, the bill requires FERC to review and update regulations required by the bill to ensure they are effective and relevant to evolving challenges to grid reliability. Chairman Snitchler, can you discuss how this bill provides proper transparency and guidance to FERC so they can consider these proposals and get new generation connected and built faster?
Thanks for the question, Representative. Yes, the bill clearly sets out a process for what amounts to an emergency relief valve. It is not a permanent decision that once it's made will continue in perpetuity. It doesn't determine specifically what the resources are that would be required. It solicits input and requires the system operator to first have identified that there is an emergency or that they have a reliability concern. It then requires that FERC evaluate and determine that that's correct, and then have a process by which they would then go through and ultimately determine that that is correct, and then the resources would be allowed to be moved ahead. What it seeks to do, I think, is a very balanced approach to try and address a critical issue in a way that does not immediately advance any one project to the front of the line, and in fact takes a measured approach to try and ensure reliability over time. It's similar in many ways to the RRI decision that FERC just issued, where 2 of the FERC commissioners said we're voting for this because it's a one-time decision to try and address the concerns that we have about reliability. This has a very similar flavor in trying to address the occasions as they arise in a way that will allow the emergency to be relieved and then go back to business as usual. And I think it's important to note there's been a lot of discussion around queue reform and what's happening in various parts of the country. PJM is kind of the poster child for issues with queue reform, and they are nearly through their queue reform process. They have pushed, I think, 50 megawatts or 50 gigawatts are already through the system waiting to be constructed. There's another 60 gigawatts that are nearly through the system. And it's important to note that during the process, approximately 90 gigawatts of projects that were in their queue have dropped out of the queue, which means that's 90 gigawatts that were holding spots in the system that have made it difficult for other projects to get through. So Back to your question, Representative, we're trying to address emergency conditions in a way that's thoughtful and straightforward and doesn't choose winners and losers, but requires the grid operator to identify and the regulator to agree that there is a situation that needs to be addressed.
Thank you very much. Moving on, Congressman, great to see you here this morning. My next questions are for you, and you and I have discussed the Biden EPA's Clean Power Plan 2.0 in the past, and I agree with your organization's strong concerns with that rule. And I'm extremely grateful for Administrator Zeldin announcing last month that the EPA is reconsidering that rule, which would force our most reliable power plants into early retirement. Recently, NERC had stated that the majority of the nation's bulk power system is at high or elevated risk for capacity shortfalls over the next 5 years. So I'm curious, at any point during the rulemaking process for the Clean Power Plan 2.0 last year, do you think EPA seriously considered the negative impact of the rule would have on the reliability of the electric grid?
I can't imagine that there's any serious consideration because this puts so much reliability at risk. And that's not just me saying that. Let's acknowledge that once the litigation started, all of the RTOs together collectively filed a brief agreeing that they should withdraw this rule because they raised concerns about reliability. So I heard in the first panel during statements from the opening statements that we should listen to those grid operators because they're the ones responsible to make sure we have a reliable operating grid. And and it's unusual for them to do this, by the way. They all filed the brief together saying we think this rule goes too far based on reliability concerns.
All right, thank you very much. I have a follow-up question, but I'll submit it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The gentleman's time has expired and yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California's 50th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was astounded. I just heard that 2,600 gigawatts is the amount waiting to be connected. That's 2,600 nuclear power plants. I mean, it's an enormous amount. And I would just say that the first connection we should make is the one that's ready. And I'm prepared to help do that. I certainly support Ms. Castor's bill, but I would reiterate again that the grid is too small, too old, and too dumb. And we've got to make investments because it's not really a matter of the order of hooking it up or anything like that if you can't hook it up to something that's going to transmit electrons. So a big obstacle for that is obviously permitting reform. And I was hoping to ask Ms. Smazniak and Ms. Andrzak, whose names rhyme, which is kind of funny, about a linear infrastructure. So we talk a lot about natural gas projects and transmission as projects that go across long distances to move electricity or power. Maybe you could tell me a little bit about how they're permitted differently. What are some of the common permitting barriers that we can learn from? And maybe we'll start with you, Ms. Andrzak.
Thank you, Congressman. Certainly appreciate that question. We face a number of challenges in the construction of interstate natural gas pipelines because of the permitting challenges. We first receive our Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity from the FERC, and that isn't really where we're finding our problems. We're really finding our problems with getting the additional agency or state permits that we get as part of the cooperating agencies with FERC. That's really where we're finding the delays and the holdups. And then in addition to that, we are finding significant challenges with litigation at every step of the approval process.
Is it mostly NEPA?
So there's a lot of legal challenges to NEPA. In terms of the challenges in getting permits, it's the state Clean Water Act and air permits that typically hold us up.
Right. Ms. Spazek?
So let me simplify. If you have a big interstate pipeline, you get to go to FERC, one-stop shopping for your certificate. You get cited through one entity. You have a multi-state, big transmission wire project through multiple states, you have to go to each state. And each of them have different requirements. Each of them going to have different potential environmental clearances and so on. And so there's tremendous complexity to that. And any one of those say no, your project can die. And so you have one very immediate difference in those efficiencies. Now, when it comes to some of the permitting challenges, you always are going to need an agency that's staffed up and has the resources. One of the reasons FERC's so good at what it does is it does this over and over again, and it has the concentration of specialized staff that you need. You may not get that in the state agency that you're going to if you're building a transmission wire. So you see some of the big differences, and yet at the end of the day, you do need some streamlining. You need those environmental reviews to happen efficiently so we get to an answer and we know, can we build the project? Because no one wants to wait around and have that uncertainty hanging over your project.
Would you think for high voltage interregional transmission, sort of a one-stop shop model like FERC would be helpful for that? Is that right?
I think big high voltage transmission, it's a national priority. We need it for the reliability of the grid. It is absurd that we do not have federal authority to be able to cite those.
Right, and for costs. I mean, obviously, you can move a lot of electrons, respond to consumer cost issues as well if you have a better network, right?
That's right.
Mr. Matheson, thanks so much for coming back. It's great to see you in this building again. Maybe just in the last minute, you worked in this committee. If you were sitting up here, what do you think you would do to sort of help us build out a transmission network that meets the challenges that we face today as a country?
Well, I think it's one of those great issues that shouldn't fall on party lines. For crying out loud, we all can agree we need more transmission in this country, and we can all agree the current process doesn't work. And we can talk about this agency isn't doing this or that agency isn't doing that, but Congress, it's been a long time since Congress has taken a look in a holistic way at various environmental statutes in terms of how permitting takes place. And I'd like to think that in the moment we're in, especially when it's hard to permit anything. You talked about transmission, but whether it's a solar project or a gas project, it's hard to permit these days. Mm-hmm. So I think we're developing a momentum right now where we ought to have a candid conversation about what's a way to make it practical, predictable. We're not getting rid of environmental review, but let's make it where it's transparent, predictable, and we can have a thumbs up or thumbs down and move on.
Right. Well, I think that's what a lot of us are interested in doing, and I really appreciate you all being here today and look forward to continuing to work. And again, Mr. Latta, I hope we can bring in some more of those transmission discussions as part of this effort going forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. The gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Latta, for holding this important legislative hearing. I want to thank the witnesses on our second panel for giving us your expertise on this important subject. I mentioned in the first panel how critical it is to utilize all energy resources to meet our growing energy needs. We need to make sure we have more power on the grid, and certainly not less. Natural gas is key in that building up our natural gas pipeline infrastructure is critical. Mrs. Andrusak, in previous hearings the subcommittee held this year, we heard concerns of natural gas availability for energy demand growth given pipeline infrastructure constraints. What are some of the biggest statutory hurdles to interstate pipeline development?
So the biggest hurdles we face are securing all of the necessary permits from state and additional agencies. That goes along with the overall FERC certification process. So it's securing those, and then it's the fact that we face legal challenges, litigation at every stage of the permitting process.
Mr. Snitchler, in your testimony, you mentioned how market signals incentivize generational development. However, in regions like the Northeast that lack critical gas transmission infrastructure, is the market able to even respond to those supply demands due to a lack of pipelines?
Representative, thanks for the question. The short answer is yes, but the longer answer is it's very difficult. So if you're not able to access the resource that you think you need, you're forced to look at other alternatives. And the issue of affordability or cost effectiveness has been raised a number of times today, and that does have an impact on the ultimate cost that consumers pay. And that's true, again, whether it's a restructured market or it's a vertically integrated portion of the country, that if you have a restricted access to the commodity that is the least expensive, most viable alternative to produce electricity at the time and for the foreseeable future, yes, that becomes a problem for planning and for investment decisions because you need the appropriate market signals in order to drive that 30 or 40-year investment.
Would additional pipeline capacity lower prices for consumers during the peak seasons in these tight markets? Can you explain how that would be done?
Sure, thank you for the question. I think it's clear that if there is a greater access to the commodity, which is typically available at lower cost, when you look at where the constraints in supply are, specifically in Northeast Pennsylvania, there remains a large volume of gas that could find a home in the Northeast. That would allow generators who utilize that resource, as well as other customers on the pipeline system, to be able to have lower cost of gas, which means that in turn reduces overall power prices, which and then goes into your ultimate retail bill at a lower rate than it would if you've got higher prices that you're having to address. So it's kind of a linear function of the access and the price.
Plus, it burns 42% cleaner, which is a big reason why we've reduced our carbon footprint. Mr. Matheson, you mentioned in your testimony the need for reliable baseload power to meet the growing energy demand. Plans to take away natural gas and coal, I believe, will harm availability. Can you share with the characteristics of natural gas and coal, or why the characteristics are so critical to reliability and what the harms would be to having some of this generation retire?
Well, I think it's in the term of dispatchable, or the term I like to say is always available. It works great in a portfolio. If you're going to have renewables, having it anchored by always available makes the value of the renewables more so as well. And it could be natural gas, it could be coal, but it could be nuclear, and it could be hydro. But they're always available. That's key in terms of maintaining reliability over a 24/7, 365 calendar. Look, for 340 days of the year, this country's got plenty of capacity. It's those 25, right?
Right.
And you can take a look at the great example, I'll give you one with hydro in the Pacific Northwest, where 2 Januaries ago, we had record cold, and the wind production went from over 100 gigawatts down to nothing. And the hydroelectric dams out there in the Pacific Northwest kept the heat on in bitter cold for hundreds of thousands of people. So having that always available generation matters in terms of those crisis situations.
Good, thank you. Yes, thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey's 8th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to second Ranking Member Pallone's frustrations with what's happening back in New Jersey. It is unacceptable that PJM's inability to add generation to its grid will increase prices on New Jerseyans. And this issue isn't unique to PJM. Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, MISO, which services the Midwest, revealed earlier this week that its recent capacity auction saw prices explode as well. And one thing I want to emphasize is that we want to get projects on the grid. The interconnection process is absolutely a part of that, and a natural one given FERC and Congress's immediate jurisdiction. But getting projects on the grid also includes financing, local permitting, and supply chain issues that all must be addressed as well. Ms. Masniak, according to a recent MISO filing, supply chain shortages and a lack of transmission are preventing projects from connecting to the grid, even once they've gone through the interconnection queue and signed agreements. Would allowing projects that are facing supply chain issues to jump the queue actually get them online?
No, that would not help. If you can't have the equipment to build the plant, it's not going to help to move it to the front of the line.
I agree. As we've heard repeatedly this year, there's a gas turbine shortage. So while I appreciate that my colleagues think that natural gas power plants are somehow the only solution, the bills we're discussing here today wouldn't actually help them get online any faster. Gas turbine manufacturers have been clear that if you don't have an order for a new turbine now, you're not getting it this decade. So quickly, I want to also shift to the bill on coordinating pipeline permitting. Ms. Masniak, as you and our other witnesses here today mentioned in your testimony, an earlier iteration of this bill had a provision that would strip states of their ability to examine pipelines under the Clean Water Act. Can you talk about state authority under the Clean Water Act and why it's so important to keep this authority with the states?
Yes. Under existing law, states have the ability to review discharges that result from the construction of these projects and determine, is it going to impact their state waters? That's really important. The states are the ones who are closest to the needs of their residents. They can consider the public health impacts and the livelihood impacts of those discharges. Now, the bill would move that authority from states to determine what are the impacts of those construction projects to the federal government, to FERC, which lacks the expertise, as was testified in the first panel, to be able to assess those. It's not close to the ground. It doesn't understand the uses of those waters. And I believe that violates what the fundamental cooperative federalism approach of the Clean Water Act is. and really put states in a position where they can't protect their residents. And that concerns me.
I appreciate that. Well, thank you all so much, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Tennessee's 1st District, 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the panel for being here today. I'll start with Ms. Andrzak. I'm going to expound on a question that my colleague had. We know that the demand for energy will only continue to rise. However, when we look at the supply, power plants are being closed. For early retirement, new projects face a permitting process that's mired more and more with lengthy approval timelines and judicial review schedules. So I guess this is more for your members. Where in the process do your members encounter the most unpredictability for infrastructure projects, and what should Congress do to restore efficiency to the review process?
Absolutely. So our greatest challenges are with securing some of the clean water and clean air permits, and I'm happy to give a perspective on changes to permitting the Clean Water Act if you would like. We additionally also face challenges with litigation. NEPA is the most litigated federal statute. And so one of the things that we are advocating for is clarifying some of the language under the NEPA statute so that it is very clear what congressional intent is, and it would make it much more challenging. It would make it more difficult to challenge a federal agency's decisions around NEPA.
Well, I understand about clarification of language. So how can enhancing collaboration between federal and state agencies help expand our natural gas pipeline network safely and efficiently?
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So again, FERC is the lead coordinating agency for these environmental reviews, but we do see that states often delay and frustrate the process. And I think that having permits move in a concurrent manner would help speed up the process, make it more efficient, and ideally, the way the bill is structured so that there's more transparency around the process, and whether some of the cooperating agencies, if they're slowing the process down, it would become more clear. That would be a positive step.
Yeah, and I'll get back with you on your ideas about the clean water and clean air. Congressman Matheson, thank you for your testimony, highlighting just how damaging the EPA's Clean Power Plant 2.0 would be on energy reliability. And thank you for mentioning that under President Trump, we're seeing this rule be reconsidered. As member-driven nonprofit organizations, cooperatives would be uniquely burdened by these expensive and unrealistic mandates. As administrations often differ significantly on policy, how might providing FERC the authority to review other agencies' regulations that impact bulk power systems affect energy reliability and wholesale power rates for electrical co-ops?
Look, I think the idea that we need to make sure we're considering reliability across agencies, as I think I said in my written testimony, we need a watchdog. We have people with expertise. There's FERC and there's NERC, and they all kind of have their role. But then you get different federal agencies doing their own thing in their jurisdiction, and electric reliability isn't even considered. And the power plant rule is a great example, and I can give you a lot more in other federal agencies.
Well, we probably need you to.
So, well, all right, I'll give you two quick ones. Bureau of Land Management and Forest Service post-adopted conservation rules in the last couple of years where it limits access to existing rights-of-way to go and clear danger trees to prevent wildfire risk in the West. That's not a good thing.
That's
These are
not a good
existing
thing.
rights-of-way, and we ought to be able to go and prevent wildfire risk. So again, people with one goal, an agency that's one set of viewpoint, isn't thinking about electric system reliability or impacts on that. So I'm all for looking for ways to create an awareness and some form of watchdog that's more effective than what we've had before, because clearly things are slipping through the cracks.
Yeah, and I have a farm in Tennessee, in East Tennessee, that we use a co-op, and it is, listen, I could go into some stuff too about that. So thank you, sir, for that answer. Quickly, Mr. Snitchley, you mentioned why it's critical to maintain our existing dispatchable infrastructure as we wait to bring on new energy infrastructure. How do we take advantage of the generation assets we already have, and what regulatory flexibility would help bridge the gap as new dispatchable generation comes online? Thanks for the question, Representative. Clearly, we do need to keep what is already generating electricity on the system because we are, as has been previously noted, we're at the intersection of rising supply and shrinking, or sorry, strike that, reverse it, rising demand and shrinking supply, and we need to address that. And the fastest way to do that is to put the shovel down and allow us to keep what we have. Then how you're going to address the problem is it really is an all-of-the-above approach. There are some resources that are going to be available quicker than others. There are some resources that are more controllable than others, and there are some resources that are zero-emitting, if that's your objective. All of them are on different time horizons. All of them have different costs associated with them. Our members look at the market to provide the appropriate signal to allow them to respond quickly. And when the market arbitrarily reduces the market signal because there's concerns about prices, which are a valid concern, but when you take away the signal to invest, it makes it impossible for people who look for that price signal to know now is the time for us to invest.
Okay, thank you for that answer, and I'll yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York's 20th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Smachniak, I'd like to ask you about the Power Plant Reliability Act. Am I correct that there are already existing Federal Power Act authorities that can and sometimes are used in emergencies to ensure the reliability of the electricity system?
That is correct. We have numerous authorities under the Federal Power Act that address the reliability, and they are layered under each other. And so there are emergency ones. We have the Department of Energy that has Section 202C authority when there's a temporary need to keep a plant running. We also have already, within many markets, we have opportunities to, outside of the market, ensure so-called reliability must-run contracts, where we recognize that there's going to be a gap and a reliability need that needs to be filled for a longer period of time, and there's provision for that outside the market. So these are all mechanisms that already exist to address reliability concerns.
Thank you. And it appears that this proposal is attempting to mimic some of those tools that are already available to help support reliability, such as Section 202C of Federal Power Act and reliability must-run orders. Is that a fair assessment?
That is my understanding, except they would be much more costly under this bill, this version of that authority, because it, by default, appears to set an expectation of running those plants for 5 years at a time, regardless of the reliability need.
Thank you. And can you discuss why a generating unit might need to enter into a reliability must-run contract in the first place? I'm guessing at least some of the time it is because, absent such a contract, that unit would not be able to compete economically.
Typically, this is a case in which there is a unit that is uneconomic and considered is planning to retire. But then when you look at the transmission, there are certain reliability concerns that would result from that retirement. And so there's a need for some upgrades, some additional changes to the grid to allow that retirement. And so during that period while that construction occurs, these contracts allow for that gap and ensure. Meanwhile, you have some bigger picture mechanisms to ensure we're continuing to bring new resources in. So we're not expecting that we're just going to keep retiring plants on the grid indefinitely. So we expect these market mechanisms to keep new resources coming in, which are cheaper ways to meet those needs.
Mm-hmm. And are these reliability must-run contracts typically expensive?
Yes, they are expensive.
And under this proposal, compelling a unit to operate would also compel consumers to pay for that asset. How might Americans' energy bills be affected by requiring uneconomic power plants to continue to operate over a long stretch of time?
Well, we know from research from Rocky Mountain Institute that looking at where we have uneconomic coal being dispatched, that the costs run to the billions of dollars per year already. And so if this authority were available, we would expect those costs to go, again, much beyond that number. And so I think that's just an absurd amount to pay for units that may not be needed at a time when energy prices are already rising.
So if these types of arrangements can have big cost implications, it looks to me, though, it makes sense that these orders are used sparingly.
That's right.
But unlike the Federal Power Act, this proposal doesn't require an emergency situation. Is that correct?
No, it actually extends the authority beyond what you would see in Section 202C, for example, in order to look and say, is there a possibility that this could be needed in the next 5 years? Mm-hmm. And if there's any possibility, that triggers the authority to issue one of these orders.
Okay, and Section 202C of the Federal Power Act also has requirements about making certain the operation of facilities is done safely and in accordance with federal, state, and local laws. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and none of those requirements were carried over into this proposal.
That's
So,
correct.
Mr. Snickler, I know independent power producers want to be able to compete, and that means providing reliable electricity at the lowest price. This proposal would require a term of 5 years, which seems like quite a long-time commitment. So is there any evidence that a guaranteed 5-year reliability must-run order would be appropriate, or would the length of that contract have distortionary impacts on the market?
Thanks for the question, Representative. First and foremost, RMRs are a suboptimal solution for the situation that's evolved or is happening on the system. And so our members are sometimes asked to participate in an RMR arrangement, but what the RMR is actually signaling is that the unit should retire and there is a need for new resources to be added to the system. So the potential for RMRs to frustrate the development of new resources is a real concern. The potential cost impacts are significant, though I would caution that typically an RMR is cost of service plus a rate of return, which is more like what a traditional vertically integrated utility would get. So it is mitigated. It's not some unlimited cost that would be required. But the duration should really only be as long as is needed to resolve the transmission constraint and allow the solution to be implemented, and then the resource should be able to leave the system.
Okay. Thank you so much. Ms. Masniak, I had one other question for you, but I see my time is exhausted, so we'll get that to you. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired and yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, the chairman of the full committee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for having this here in this panel. Thank all of you for being here today. So, Ms. Andruszak, we need to expand energy capacity, especially gas capacity, and for affordable energy to heat homes, to power businesses, and keep the lights on. So I'm just asking, what do you think the critical steps Congress can take to make sure investors have the regulatory predictability and certainty to make decisions to build out this capacity, including regard to the Clean Water Act?
Thank you, Chairman. I really appreciate that question. So INGA has advocated that we need statutory reforms to the Clean Water Act, to NEPA, as well as judicial reforms. And what we are advocating for would essentially put more clarity around some of the decision-making that's incorporated into those statutes, and it would put in place some additional set timelines, particularly for judicial review, so we can stop opponents to pipeline infrastructure just dragging out sort of projects needlessly. You specifically asked about the Clean Water Act, and I know that's been a discussion today. And it's an important discussion because that is one of the areas where we see real delays in getting our pipeline projects. Our pipeline permits. Some states, not all, but some states use the water quality certification process to slow down project approvals. There was a discussion earlier about a provision that had been part of legislation last Congress related to the Clean Water Act 401. And what that provision would have done, states would have still been able to maintain their role in reviewing water quality certifications. It just would have changed. They would have been now doing it in a consultative manner as part of the FERC-led NEPA process. However, the states, under the way the legislation was written, the states still would have been able to recommend terms and conditions related to water quality that FERC could incorporate into the FERC certificates if they choose to do so.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Matheson, you had some of your members in town that are my constituents, and I'm their customer. So it was a kind of good relationship to have them here, and talked about in my opening statement, talked about with them, is this is probably as exciting time as the 1930s when they first came into being as co-ops to be involved in energy because the demand of energy is just exploding. And so if we don't expand energy, if we don't expand opportunity in the next 3 to 5 years, then we have a limited supply and increase. We know the demand is coming. If the demand doesn't come, it means that we've chosen to do AI somewhere else, and that's not a choice we can accept as members, as Americans. And so, what could Congress do the most to give your members the chance to expand to meet the demand that's coming?
Appreciate that.
Because if you don't, it's going to raise the prices for people in their houses that we don't want to do to bring these big energy consumers on board.
So I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. And we think the AI and the data centers are going to disproportionately be in rural areas, by the way. A lot of land there available, and electric cooperatives serve 56% of all the land in this country. So we think we're really a big part of this. Listen, I think we can help on the permitting side. Number one, we had a lot of discussion on that. I know the permitting conversation's complicated. There's multiple committees in Congress with different jurisdictions. We haven't even talked about things like the Endangered Species Act, which also affect permitting. So there's a whole series of federal statutes that have got to be looked at for permitting reform. And I think there's a consensus in a bipartisan way we ought to be doing that right now. That would be a big factor in giving us more certainty and clarity on the timing it takes to move ahead with these projects.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Schnitzler, you represent people that do on-demand dispatchable energy. What can we do to produce? What can Congress do to help your folks produce more energy so that the big consumers coming on board don't crowd out people at home?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. I think there's a couple of things that immediately come to mind. The first of which is, and I won't belabor it, it's been talked about a lot, is permitting and siting reform. The ability to move quicker and be able to deploy the resources faster are better. That will help us get where we need to be. And I know that we also have to expand infrastructure on both sides of the meter. And by that, I mean the pipes have to be expanded and the wires will have to be expanded in order for us to deliver the molecules that are needed to create the electrons that are going to power the system on a dispatchable basis. No, natural gas is not the only fuel that will be utilized in order to power the system going forward. But right now, it is the fuel that helps to back up and make sure that the system operates reliably. And every study that we have seen has suggested that even in a high renewables world in the future, you're going to need more gas, not less, for those times when the system really needs it to ensure that it can operate reliably. And that's why you're going to need both pieces of that puzzle.
Thank you. My time has expired. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. The gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the ranking member for a point of personal privilege.
Well, thank you, Chair Latta. Thank you for recognizing my point of personal privilege. I want to welcome to the Energy and Commerce Committee, Energy Subcommittee, the students from the Buy-In Academy back home in Tampa Bay. I'm sorry I couldn't meet you on the steps for a photo because we're here doing policy. This is a committee meeting where we're talking about America's energy system and how we provide affordable and reliable power to power our lives. So I'm grateful for you all being here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts 4th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Masniak, in your comments on the Grid Power Act in your written testimony, you described grid reliability as a team sport, something that comes from a full system, not just individual components like generators. I know you commented on it in your opening testimony as well, but we've since heard about it from Mr. Schnitzler and others. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to what you heard from him and also to expand on why only prioritizing dispatchable resources won't safeguard reliability. What other levers should grid regulators or Congress focus on?
Thank you for the question. Look, I think exclusive focused on dispatchability is too much of a one-size-fits-all type of approach. Dispatchability may well be a tool in the toolkit, moving resources, making sure they're getting properly compensated, making sure there's value for the services provided. There are a number of ways in which the market can work to ensure we bring the resources in. My concern is when we use the interconnection queue, which is supposed to be for all comers who are ready for commercially viability, where we use that as this way of screening out who gets access. It's fundamentally challenging the ability for competition and innovation to fuel affordability in our energy system.
It's not really the competition market-based system that my Republican colleagues advocate for.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And as Mr. Peters from California said, he said, first to get connected should be first that's ready, right?
Exactly. So to the extent that we're going to move anything to the front of the line, it should be the stuff that's going to get built most quickly. And that is exactly the kind of approach that is built into FERC's approach. Look at commercial readiness as the way to determine what moves through the queue. And if we can do that better, let's do that better.
And as you mentioned, FERC already has the ability to consider dispatchability in its queuing preferences, right?
That's right. And then just to get to your point, when we look at how does FERC approach reliability, it has never said one size fits all. This is what every region of the country needs. It's allowed each region to look at what are our particular circumstances, what kind of flexibilities do we already have on the grid, what is our existing mix of resources. And that is the thing that allows then a reliable system, is to have that kind of region-specific, context-specific approach. And the focus on dispatchability alone, it says we have one tool to rule them all, and that's just not going to work.
I appreciate it. I want to move on to the Power Plant Reliability Act, which would give FERC the power to compel payments to certain power plants under specific circumstances. You expressed concerns that the language doesn't require evidence of a reliability emergency. Can you talk about what would happen to electricity rates if consumers were forced to pay for a power plant for 5 years if a reliability emergency stays purely hypothetical? Do you think the Commission and the Department of Energy's powers under Section 202, Charlie, of the Federal Power Act are sufficient to address acute emergencies?
So one, I think this would be an incredible cost on Americans at a time when we're already facing rising energy prices. There's no sense to forcing energy or for American families to pay for the costs when it is not related for reliability. And because it automatically sets a 5-year time frame for when these would operate, regardless of whether that actual reliability need manifests, right. It's a waste of people's money to do that.
It's another example of the abuse of emergency power. We're seeing the president use the emergency power of tariffs to raise costs on Americans. Now they're talking about using emergency power for reliability to raise costs on Americans.
And I think we already have a layer of tools. We have our traditional market design. We have how do we value resources. Those are all things that are supposed to move the right resources in that we need in order to avoid these emergencies. And then if we don't have something in a time frame when we need it, we already have existing reliability must run options where needed for a temporary period of time. And then at the very last gap, we have 202C, when we just know there's some emergency, we need to address it. So these layers of tools, they're there, they exist. And we should continue to rely on them rather than create new outside of the process mechanisms that are going to be incredibly costly for Americans.
So it sounds like in your assessment, both the Grid Power Act and the Power Plant Reliability Act will ultimately just raise costs on consumers of energy.
Yes.
I yield back my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa's 1st District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member Castor, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Iowa is an energy state. I know that may be mind-blowing to most people, but Iowa is a state that has 50% of its energy from renewables. We have over almost 60% of our electricity from wind, and we're a net exporter of energy. We have any of the above, including carbon-based fuels, liquid fuels, compressed renewable natural gas. Nuclear we're hoping to restart, which we lost 5 years ago. Hydropower, wind, solar, you name it, Iowa has it. Mr. Matheson, in your testimony, you mentioned a 10-year horizon for generation retirements. The Power Plant Reliability Act would require a 5-year advance notice for planned retirements. How do different generation sources vary in their ideal timeline for retirement notices, and is the 5-year requirement in the legislation reasonable?
Look, I think that you raise a fair question about different resources have different components to them in terms of, but from a reliability standpoint, we've got to be real careful about thinking that the market can react like that, just on the dime. This is a capital-intensive industry. We're making investments in this infrastructure, takes time, and we're making decisions for assets that are going to last another 50 to 80 years once they're built. And so I've heard this conversation today, and I think a lot of important points have been made, but we got to take a step back that this is a multifactorial challenge in terms of how we're going to make reliability happen in terms of when we shut down power plants and have we reliably replaced that capacity. And that's the challenge we're in right now. Demand's growing and we're not keeping up. And the internet connection queue needs to be fixed. We've talked about that today. We've talked about permitting. But let's be careful about digging the hole deeper before we know we can reliably replace that power.
Yeah. Bringing energy online certainly I think is both our mandate as well as that of this administration. As an alternative approach, you mentioned the Power Plant 2.0 rule under the previous administration that caused significant issues. If that rule were repealed, might it be more effective to prevent forced retirements rather than adding new regulatory burdens.
Well, it would do two things, because right now, and that rule is on the books, if you want to build a natural gas power plant and you're asked to deploy a technology that's not commercially viable, which is carbon capture sequestration, then you can only run your natural gas power plant 40% of the time. So all these new gas plants are going to be built, because we've heard everyone here talk today about you can't get a gas turbine before 2030. That's because the electric sector is betting on gas. They've reserved all these turbines because they're going to build new power plants. And if that power plant rule is in place, so not only will it force a shutdown of existing power plants, it's also going to restrict the value of these new investments. So quite candidly, the electric sector is counting on that rule to be repealed, because you're not going to invest in a natural gas combined cycle plant that you can only run 40% of the time.
Ms. Andrzejczak, you mentioned in your testimony that natural gas has many uses beyond electricity generation, sort of like our ethanol plants do. How do these other applications impact coordination efforts and demand for natural gas as we look to increase natural gas for electricity generation?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So we've talked a lot about gas for electricity today. However, our end users also include industrial manufacturing, your local distribution companies, which get gas to homes and businesses to be able to power their businesses, to heat their homes for home cooking, as well as natural gases for LNG exports. So all of those end uses are equally important, and we're going to continue to need more pipeline infrastructure to serve all of those end users.
Well, in Iowa, we would know that as fertilizer as well, one of those end uses, as well as hydrogen energy in the future. Are there competing demands for pipeline capacity that might affect reliability of the electric grid?
I would just say that what might impact reliability is a lack of pipeline capacity. And so when you do have times of high energy demand, there are sections of this country which are pipeline constrained, and you just aren't able to deliver all of the natural gas that's being demanded because you just don't have enough infrastructure in place.
And briefly, because I'm going to run out of time, how can we ensure that gas-electric coordination is improved while meeting these other essential needs?
So our industry has been working vigorously to address this issue. We have improved winterization. We have improved coordination, both with our customers and the RTOs. And we are already, natural gas pipelines do reliably deliver, but we are always working to improve our reliability.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady's time has expired and yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas 7th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Well, thank you again, Chairman Latta, for holding this hearing, and thanks to our second panel of witnesses for your testimony today and for your time. I think it's been very helpful to all of us, and I think this extended hearing on these issues I know is very important to my constituents and home as it is to people across the country. I want to follow up on a couple of things. There's been a lot of really interesting ground covered, but Ms. Smazniak, I want to go back to your testimony. You talked a little bit about Ranking Member Castor's bill, Expediting Generator Interconnection Procedures Act of 2025, and how that will help all projects move through the queue without picking winners and losers, which is something that my constituents kind of repeatedly have indicated is a priority. And it would encourage grid operators to use a similar model to the one that we use in Texas with ERCOT. And ERCOT has really successfully connected a record amount of diverse energy generation to our grid in Texas. So can you talk a little bit more about the advantages of the connect and manage model and kind of what other grid operators can learn from what ERCOT has done, well in these sort of quick connections?
Absolutely, and I agree that ERCOT is a model in terms of being able to move resources quickly through the queue, and we can learn from that. Texas does have the advantage that it has had significant transmission build-out, which has enabled that kind of interconnection approach to work very well. What they do is they have a much more targeted way of studying the interconnecting resources and addressing the reliability gaps and the upgrades that are needed. And that allows things to move much more quickly than the kind of very expansive and interconnected related studies that happen in some of the grid operators' approaches. It is something that I have heard from grid operators, it does not always easily translate, and so I think there's work to be done, but I think that also goes to the underlying problem. That transmission capacity, when we have it, when we know it's going to get built, it really makes this interconnection process that much easier. So these are really interrelated, and to solve this problem in a long-term way, we really need to get at that underlying problem of lack of adequate transmission capacity.
Well, and I appreciated your response to Mr. Peters' questions earlier. Obviously, he has been very focused on permitting reform, as I have. It is one of the number one things that I hear about from my constituents at home who are involved in producing and moving energy of all kinds, and certainly permitting for transmission as well as permitting for other projects and moving things, getting pipelines sited and getting things moving through those pipelines are priorities for the people that I represent. And maybe with that, I do want to turn to you, Ms. Anderzak. It's nice to see you. And I want to follow up on some of the things that you were talking about. There's been a lot of conversation today, and folks have asked you about, and in your testimony, you talked a lot about proposals around NEPA review. And certainly that continues to be an important issue. We're seeing some changes in this administration. But one of the things I've heard pretty consistently from my constituents at home is a concern about staffing. And it's something we heard from the first panel, but there is a real concern about the massive staffing reductions that we have seen. And that, as I understand it, my constituents, many of whom are your members, want to make sure that the folks who are doing the NEPA reviews and who are involved in the permitting process have the necessary expertise, have the experience, and that if they issue a permit, that permit is going to have been issued appropriately and withstand some of the challenges that you have identified. And so I'm just interested in whether that's something that you are hearing and how you think we can best address that. I know you mentioned some challenges with state agencies and other things, but here what we've seen is a massive reduction in the federal workforce that I am very concerned about, and I think it would be helpful for folks here to understand how that is affecting your members.
Absolutely, Congresswoman. Thank you for the question. Certainly, INGA feels very strongly that any of the federal agencies that have oversight and responsibility for permitting, construction, overseeing the safety and operations of pipeline infrastructure need to remain fully staffed and fully resourced. It is a priority for us. As it relates to FERC, something that maybe not everyone understands is that FERC is actually funded by user fees paid for by my members. And so since FERC is essentially a budget neutral federal agency, we would hope that that might protect them from any additional workforce cuts, because you are absolutely correct. If we are going to build out the infrastructure that's needed in this country and that we've been talking about, we need to make sure that the folks at FERC who approve that infrastructure that it's a fully staffed agency.
Well, thank you for that, and I agree. I think I've already gone over my time, which is amazing. I thought I was doing so well, but I thank you all for your time, your testimony. I thank you for your accommodation, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired and yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Dakota for 5 minutes for questions.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your expertise. Thanks for spending your day with us today and lending us all your expertise. I want to talk about something that I haven't heard talked about a lot here in Congress yet, and that is gas-electric coordination. Could Mr. Snitchler, you've got some experience in this, could you speak a little bit about the where you see that ranking in terms of priorities for us to maintain reliability and affordability, and maybe even one of a few of the key things that we need to do to help support that?
Sure. Thank you, Representative. It's good to see you again. Gas electric is an issue that has been around for a long time. We have talked about it to death, I think. I think we're now moving into solutions, which is good. And Amy mentioned, some of the work that's already being done collaboratively between the trade associations, between our members, but also between the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, the state regulators, and FERC through your leadership when you were the president of NARUC, to put gear together to try and bring the regulators and industry together to try and actually speak to the issues that are before our respective sectors, to try and knit us closer together. Because the reality is, the gas and electric systems didn't have to work really closely together 25, 30 years ago. It was coal and nuclear gas was the swing fuel. If it was there, it was great. If it wasn't, it didn't really matter as much. Now it's almost half of all of the generation in the country. So the critical importance of linking the two together, I think, are even more important than they've been. We have tried to identify some solutions as part of the work that Amy's association and the Natural Gas Supply Association and EPSA have done together to point to some of the things that can be done. I don't want to belabor permitting and siting. That should be like issue one. Everybody understands that that's one of the issues. But there are also market reforms that can be done at the regional transmission or independent system operator level to ensure appropriate compensation is granted to customers who need it. That's power generators that need to secure supply. And there are other issues that can be done internally about forecasting and where are we going to be? How are we making sure that we've got the right resources on the system? Because we would agree that all resources are part of the solution, but you've got to make sure you have the sufficient amount, and they've got to be able to secure the commodity they need to operate in order for us to ensure a reliable system those 20, 25 days a year when it really, really matters, and the stress is on both the gas and the electric system.
Thank you for that, Mr. Snitchler. Let's pivot a little bit. I want to talk about incentives. Is the federal government providing the right incentives to bring forward the type of resources that we need right now? And maybe we'll start down at the end of the table and go through.
Yeah, I think that, first of all, the incentive that was provided specific to electric cooperatives that we're happy with was in the Inflation Reduction Act, and it gave us access to the tax incentives that the for-profit companies have had for years. Congress, for a long time now, has used the tax code to incent investment. And if you're a municipal utility or for an electric cooperative, you're kind of on the outside looking in. Cool. And the Inflation Reduction Act created the elective pay provision, which we think is a really important tool for ownership of assets by not-for-profit entities like electric cooperatives. So that's one incentive that we like, that just is relatively new, and I think it's going to be, over the next several years, a significant driver of investment for infrastructure for co-ops.
Thank you, Jim. Amy?
Thank you. Interstate natural gas pipelines are built with private capital, and so when you talk about government incentives, one of the things that would help is the federal government sending the right market signals. And one of the key things to do that would be to do statutory permitting reform. That would indicate that pipelines can be built in this country, and so it would send the right signals to the market to be able to increase investment in those types of infrastructure projects.
Excellent, thank you. Let's see here, Kim, and then Todd, so you each have about 25 seconds.
I'm going to pass. I came from FERC, and FERC just takes them and makes sure the market works given whatever the federal government prioritizes.
Okay, thank you.
Our members have had the experience with the IRA to have the ability to utilize resources that are helpful in deploying new technologies. So carbon capture and sequestration projects, we've had members that have taken the opportunity to try and advance that technology, as well as the nuclear PTC, which has allowed the nuclear units to remain on the system. In the end, we crave the certainty that comes from knowing that you can plan your business 5, 10 years out as opposed to 2 or 4 years out. And so having those tools remain in place that have been approved is useful for people who are making it long-term investment decisions.
Excellent, thank you. I yield.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California's 15th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, witnesses, for being here today to discuss these bills. I am glad we all agree on the challenge ahead, that we need to figure out how we can meet rising demand for energy while making sure that businesses and communities across the country have access to reliable and affordable electricity. Thanks to incentives in the IRA and the infrastructure bill, we've had an enormous amount of investment in new energy sources, and many of these are waiting to connect to the grid. In fact, most of these are utility-scale solar, wind, and battery storage projects. These are the cheapest and quickest technologies to deploy today, and they could more than double America's power production. This would go a long way in meeting our projected rising demand, including the energy needs of data centers. Equally important, they wouldn't freeze like we saw with gas wells in Texas in 2021, which would make our electric system better prepared for increasingly extreme storms that we see. Question now is, how do we connect these energy projects to the grid as quickly as possible? Right now, the average wait time for interconnection is 5 years. So, Ms. Machniak, you played an important role in developing interconnection queue reforms at FERC. What do you see are the most promising reforms we should be putting in place to accelerate the deployment of projects currently stuck in that queue?
I believe Ranking Member Castor's bill puts forward a number of really good ideas for FERC to explore in further rulemaking. That includes looking at what are advanced computing technologies that could expedite the study process for all resource types. That includes looking at what additional forms of transparency are needed so that we are understanding where the costs are high in certain sites in the transmission system, understanding which projects are actually able to be constructed quickly or not. And those kinds of reforms would help expedite the entire interconnection queue.
Thank you for that. So I, along with a number of my colleagues, strongly support Ranking Member Castor's bill, expediting Generator Interconnection Procedures Act of 2025, which would direct FERC and the Department of Energy to find ways to streamline the interconnection process. Speeding up this queue is critical. So I'm also thinking about the many projects that have already broken ground and are supporting thousands of jobs. With the Republican budget reconciliation coming up, I'm deeply concerned that any rollback of the tax credits provided under IRA would create uncertainty in the energy sector, freezing private investment and putting these jobs at risk. So, Ms. Machniak, back to you. How would changes to the clean energy tax credits impact investments in the power sector, and would this affect the cost of electricity for consumers on the downstream?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, investors want certainty. We've heard that message over and over again. And if there is significant uncertainty in changes of policies, if policies flip back and forth every few years, when you have infrastructure that takes years to be built and will last for decades, that is going to increase the risk premium on these projects. It's ultimately going to make it more expensive to build in America.
Thank you for that. I'm also wondering about the impacts to people who rely on electric cooperatives for power. So, Mr. Matheson, you did touch on this in the previous exchange. How are members of your association using the IRA tax credits, and what would happen if they were repealed?
Well, there's a specific program in the IRA called New Era, and that was just for electric cooperatives. It was $9.7 billion based on a 25% cost share for clean energy projects. It was more than double oversubscribed, by the way, so there was tremendous interest across the electric cooperative membership to participate in that. Those projects are moving forward. Secretary Rollins has indicated that she's ready to move ahead with those. And so we are looking forward to seeing those projects come to fruition.
Thank you for that. I hope my colleagues across the aisle recognize the importance of preserving these vital incentives, not just for the energy sector, but for American workers and families who would experience rising costs and energy blackouts if we reverse course. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas's 11th District for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with Ms. Andrzak on just some LNG issues that you've probably spoken to a lot of these, but I want to talk about the FERC approval process. I think as they review, approve, based on multiple factors, including the public interest, that was thrown into chaos. I actually have a bill. It's called Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, which would fix this by ensuring that LNG projects can move forward without waiting for unnecessary duplicative approvals. So maybe talk to us a little bit about having FERC as that sole federal agency responsible for LNG export approvals, and how does that affect predictability and then the overall, just the energy constellation? How does that help us?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Congressman. So we are supportive of this legislation. We think it would be helpful to have one federal authorizing body, both for the LNG export facilities and then essentially for the commodity itself. And the reason for that is that under the current bifurcated system, we have seen it really add to significant delays for LNG exports. As an example, we've seen those delays growing because, as you noted, first a LNG export facility needs to get their FERC approval, their certificate to build the facility. We have seen, though, the time after you got your FERC approval to actually getting the export authorization to non-FTA countries under President Trump's first administration, it was about 49 days of lag time. We saw that lag time grow to about 330 days during President Biden's administration. So we think this would be a really important step to streamlining and expediting that approval process.
Yeah, and if we don't do this, can you kind of, I want to go to Mr. Snitchler here in just a second, but talk to us about the way that energy industry plans and the timeline that they need, and they don't just get it out of the ground right now and then send it off. So how does it impact our industry?
Absolutely. As we've discussed today, certainty in terms of timelines and predictability for planning, for ordering supplies, for building these facilities, for hiring the staff, all come into play. So a difference between 50 days and 330 days creates significant uncertainty. And I think you are well aware that having LNG exports to help improve our national security is a strong imperative.
Well, thank you. I think it's very important, and it's a piece of legislation that matches perfectly with the energy dominance narrative that our country has spoken loud and clear of. Mr. Snitchler, good to see you. And I want to talk about the Grid Power Act. That the opponents of this claim that, if we were to, that prioritizing dispatchable sources would inherently delay the interconnection of renewable sources. Talk to us about that.
Thanks for the question, Representative. Again, I'll reiterate that we disagree with that position. The job one of the grid operator is to ensure system reliability regardless of resource. They can be fuel neutral in their approach, but their job is to keep the lights on. And if they determine that there is an emergency and they do not have sufficient amount of resources that can be dispatched when they're needed on demand, then they're making the call, and they would have to reach out to their federal regulator to say, we have identified a problem. And there is a process in place that would allow this temporary fix to ensure that the system stays on and it stays reliable. At the end of the day, what you end up with is a situation where you have a temporary remedy while the other processes are still going on. It's not as if they're moved to the back of the line and they have to start over and extend their approval process. In fact, what we're seeing through the queue reform process is tens of gigawatts that are dropping out of the queue process as they are being called upon to say, are you in or are you out? PJM's example, they had roughly 290 gigawatts of new resources that wanted to get access to the system, 50 gigawatts of which have been approved, 60 of which will be approved by the end of the year, but 90 gigawatts of which have dropped out of the queue itself. So that tells me that those projects weren't ready to go, and if we need to move projects that are ready to go and can be dispatched when needed to ensure reliability, this short-term measure is the appropriate and measured response to solve the reliability problem.
So of all the factors, affordability, reliability, geopolitical, environmental, which one's the most important to you?
Well, that's a difficult question. I think reliability has to be job one.
Thank you.
I think after you get to that, then we can debate the rest.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired, and seeing no other members wishing to ask questions of our witnesses, I want to thank our witnesses for appearing today. Members may have additional written questions for you. And I remind members they have 10 business days to submit additional questions for the record. And I ask that the witnesses do their best to submit responses within 10 business days upon receipt of those questions. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the documents included on the staff hearing documents list, and without objection, so ordered. And seeing no further business to come before the subcommittee, we stand adjourned.